Should be hot on mic. Mic is hot. Good. I was writing a small update for Discord before we get started. Let's see here. So let's get a screenshot of what that looks like so the people can see it. So we'll disconnect. I do wonder if we got this dog that just showed up on our property, and I do wonder if it just showed up because of all of the 4th of July stuff going on. If that's a factor in it just arriving. Poostack, how's it going? I was just doing some updates in Bump Set Spike inside of Discord. We just got some major stuff going here. I can show you, or some things that you've missed. Like my we got a reverse ponytail right now. And I think you were here when I had the Macklemore haircut, right? When we were doing that. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, for us, this dog thing is this giant adventure. Um, it's weird because as a kid, I always wanted a German Shepherd. Like for most of my life, that's the dog I wanted. Um, and it's just it's a breed, you know, and it's like, um, you had the same situation in the past. Um, oh, did it end up staying? Is it your dog now? Did it just end up becoming part of the family? as a kid. Oh no, yes he was. Did the owners find him? Oh, it was 20 years ago. Okay. R.I.P. Yeah, this one just it just showed up on our porch and it was like, I live here now. And we're like, okay. And Caucasian dog. Was a white fluffy. Was it Fluffy? And then Caucasian Shepherd. Oh, okay. Let me check it out. I didn't know that was an actual dog. Oh, lovely. Oh yeah, these are great for cold weather too. Yeah, this one's already. It's just like you're my family now. This is my pack. You welcome to my pack is more like what it's saying. Um, and it's. I had a thought about it, and well, okay, so it was being standoffish and growling at us. My wife and I, and my mom was on our porch, and I was worried. I'm like, oh great, this is like an unstable dog, and um, yeah, I think that's kind of what happened to us. That my parents took care of him. Yeah, so then we went to go feed it, and it was my daughter and I and my son. I was holding him, and we brought the food out, and he saw the kids, and he's like, everything changed about its attitude instantly changed, and it was just like, oh, you have kids? I love kids, and it was just suddenly like never growled again at us, and it was like, okay, we're cool. And then my daughter gave it the food, and that's kind of basically where we're at. You know, it was just like, oh, great, okay, cool, we're all set. And we just took it for a walk this morning, and it already seems to be protective of us. And I don't know. You know, we're gonna do our best effort to find its owners, but it's been if somebody's been looking for this dog, it's been on the streets for a long time. It's very underfed, and so either and because this is the other thing, because it's a purebred, you know, was it, you know, people that breed those kinds of dogs to sell sometimes are really despicable. I hate to kind of just lay it out there. Because they're, you know, they can. Well, I was thinking we could do that with this. So we need to like, I need my wife to do something with it. Tomorrow I'm doing the Mr. T. So tomorrow I'm going to get a longer setting on the clipper and then buzz this whole thing, and I'll end up with like a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a Mr. T going on. So you've been busy? Is it life stuff and work stuff? Yeah. Bear hunting dogs. Wow. Accumulated. Oh, that's so you don't get a break. My wife made homemade bread, and then this is just a little bit of scrambled egg with some avocado on the top. I'm buying a house and building. Is it like a condominium? Is that what they call them? Taking a loan. Ah. Mm. Two-story building, yeah. We have a couple of those. We have a whole lot of them being built near our home, a couple of blocks away. I'm excited because it means the possibility of, especially because they're new homes, the possibility of younger families is very high, especially it's right next to a school. 5 apartment building. And that can be cool. I mean, if everyone's cool in the area and everything, that's awesome. We're in an older neighborhood, and so everyone that lives here is like really old. You know, our one of my favorite neighbors. He's in it. He just turned 90 this year. Oh, should I not? Should I not show this on stream? Let me get this off stream. Oh, okay. So these are they built? This is a render. Ooh, they have garage? Wow. Yeah, we the ones that are being built right now, they may be having a garage. It's hard to tell cuz it's all sticks right now. Sean. Ah, Sean. Long time. How you doing? You missed all my hairstyles this week. We did a mohawk day 1 on Monday. So on the docket, let me show you. I myself am good. That's good. So we're gonna work on. Whoa! I did not know that was up on the screen. How long has that been there? Sorry about that. There I am. Okay, so at the start, so here's long story short, we got like the whole volleyball code is over in C Sharp, but then we ended up with a problem with the Godot plugin for Twitch chat. There's 2 issues with it. I actually wrote really quick. I can show you the rundown in Discord, but essentially what's going on is for whatever reason, the plugin that I was using for Godot for Twitch chat is just not acting correctly, and I can't tell where the issue lies. But I had an issue with it already where this plugin that somebody wrote for Twitch chat requires the user to create an application in the Twitch developer site, and that's not going to work for a professional app. So I needed to be able to set it up where we could use OAuth authentication, which is where the user will hit this authorize app. They're going to see this pop up in their browser, and then they'll hit authorize, and that'll give me permission in the application to talk to chat. Oh goodness. So that's the plan. He was doing that outside the classroom for a little bit. He should calm down. Anyway, so that's what's going on. And so we've got the authorization going. It sends a signal back to the application. Now we're going to collect the information that we need from that and then connect that to a C# library for Twitch chat, and then get that going for sending signals to the game to let it know that. But we got to the point where the game is rewritten in C#, and we were starting to test everything, and then it was the chat side that was broken. So it's taking a little bit longer than I'd hoped, but we're still making progress every day. I actually need to go to my laptop really quick and send some code that I'd written on it. I have to commit it and send it. So I'm going to go run and get my laptop really quick, and I'll be right back. So when we get back, what I'm going to be working on specifically is we're going to be getting that key from the authentication button, saving that in the game settings, and then using that to communicate with the actual chat. We'll see how quick we can get that going. That's the plan for today. I'll be right back. And then we're gonna finish. You like my reverse ponytail? All right, be back. Okay. I'm back. Ah. So the thing about this dog, though, is that it's a puppy. So it was clearly not trained properly. So there's going to be a lot of growing pains if we were to keep it. Okay, so this is what's receiving. We have an async going on where we set up a listener at a local host that receives the authentication information when somebody hits authorize from Twitch. We can then process that information here. What I was thinking we should do is emit a signal or an event from here that is then received by the settings window, since that's what's actually sitting there waiting to get it. So let's open up. I'm going to open up the finite state machine here because I've already done an event, and we have some of the so there's an action event, and that's one that does not expect let's go over to our docs for, you know what? I don't have the light on over here. Give me a second. Does anybody have a good music playlist on YouTube? Maybe some video game music. Oh, AI, kick ass, dude. Bust some ass. The way that I do job interviews, here's my trick. This is my trick. I tell myself, even if it's not true, I lie to myself. I say I don't need this job, and I'm not going to get this job. And that's the thing that I constantly reiterate into my head, even if it's a lie. I just tell myself, well, I'm not going to get the job, and I don't even need it. And so then I go, I'm much more me when I do interviews that way. One thing I can't lie to myself about is, do I want the job? Because yes, I do want the job badly. We'll do some old school PS1 music. I only want money. Hell yeah. Some old Tomb Raider. All right, good luck. Let me know how it goes. Never want job, only want money. I love the caveman. Event args. Base class for classes that contain event data provides the value to use for events that do not include event data. Here, we'll hit that up right now. Croc. This game is surprisingly good. As I understand it, it was pitched as a Yoshi game, a 3D Yoshi game, and it was rejected. So they're like, okay, well then we'll just make our own thing. So an event handler, you pass args. Here's the args. Okay. So in our case, we're going to say we need to create an event class for these args. So they go and say Twitch code received is what we'll call it. And then we'll just have a string called code. And then we need an event to signal. Public event handler. Okay, so this is in a separate class. So I don't see why it wouldn't be a problem to have it in the... oh, no, it's declared as a class. Can we just go like this? No. Delete 4. Paste. All right, there's our Twitch code received class. And let's just save it so it formats. Then, in the world. Oh, okay. Does action accept a single value? Is that what it was? Right, okay. Sorry for eating in your guys' ear. Invoke value. This is different. Single parameter does not return a value. All right, so I don't think I need... type. So I can just say string. Event property must have both add and remove accessors. Right. So do I need to, okay, so if we go over here and we get a response and then we say Twitch code received !dot invoke. And then the value we'll say is taco. An object reference is required for the non-static field of property HTTP auth Twitch code received. Why are we fine here and not there? An object reference. Now it's saying it's expecting. Can we say? Oh, I'm just using. There we go. An object reference is required for the non-static field method or property Twitch code received. An object reference is required. So we got to do something like string taco equals taco, and then we put we put the variable taco in there, and that should get rid of it. Now, an object reference is required for the non-static field method or property object reference. Object reference. Object reference. The hell's an object reference? It requires an object? You cannot invoke a non-static method from a static method. So, because... Oh. Shoot. Okay, so... Let's go back. Oh, I see. The error is more... So do we say static public event? So do we say public? Can we make a static event? Is that a thing? I guess we can. Well, wait. How's that going to work? Okay, so we'll connect to the... Okay. All right. We're getting there. So now we need to receive... So from HTTP listener requests, let's get our doc. You know what we're going to do? We're going to get the better doc system out here, which is called something with a V. Something with a V. Something with a V. I don't remember what it's called. Is it Visualizer? No. Top apps. Come on, Windows. How do I just show me apps? Where's my apps? Installed apps. Oh God, this is not what I wanted. It's not even in alphabetical order. Wonderful. How about we just find the old one? Add or remove programs. Which I just selected, and it's taking me here. Great. Oh God, this is a fudging nightmare. Velocity. That's what it was called. Velocity. We will travel to the velocity. And in .NET, we'll do a search for HTTP listen. Listener requests. There we go. There she goes. And we're looking for query string. So this property gets us oh damn, it's not even in display the URL. We don't want the query string. We want is it query string? So what does query string come back as? Name value collection. Okay, so name value collection. What the hell's a name value collection? Collection of associated string keys and string values that can be accessed either with the key or with the index. Okay, cool. So we're looking for query string from listener request. And so that's going to look like request dot query string like this. And then that is a name value collection. And from that, all keys gets, so is it a dictionary? Serialized attribute. Is there a get string? Gets the value associated with the specified key. So get. Okay. So it would be query string dot get. And what we're looking for is code. It's called code. And let's throw that into our own string. And I guess we should see. Now, are we going to get a null value back? Nowlith, question. How would I go about designing a card game? Like Magic. There's a good talk in GDC that I could recommend to you from the guys that made, one of these indie guys that made something that's really popular. Let me see, GDC card game. They show how they went about testing it and stuff. If I can find it. Slay the Spire. This is a good one. You want to watch this with me? Like Magic? I'm not too familiar with Magic. I will say, so the other thing is there's, Magic's a deck builder, right? So I'm not too familiar with that, but there's also quite recently there's a really good talk, another really good talk on GDC about the Marvel game, Marvel whatever, and I believe that's a card builder, Marvel Snap. This is another good one. So I'll throw that in there, and this is from start to finish how they designed it. Like the process of like ideas and testing and all that kind of stuff. So this is another good one. And let's see what Pooh recommended. Yeah, Magic the Gathering. This is like, dude, this is all from the horse's mouth. You got some homework in front of you. We just cut out 3 hours of work for you, buddy. There you go. It's all GDC, but I mean, there's other legitimate places to get information from besides GDC. and take it and leave it. Yeah, no problem. Let me get some more music going. Let's find PS1. Oh, we were doing PS1 music, so let me go back to that. Relaxing. And we'll skip the Tomb Raider because we were just listening to that. Tekken 2 here. To do a game jam game like myself, to pause my own project. Oh, I see. I don't think that's a bad idea. You definitely need to, like, I would make sure that you set a true deadline and treat it like a legit game jam, like, you know. Oh, by the way, let me contact my wife really quick. It was first box under the table. Honey, can I go with the guys for a beer? No. So, I was just remembering that I have. Is the music too loud? Is it okay? It seems like it might be a little too loud. We'll bring it down to 25. That seems better. Okay, so for the cam, I have a second camera that I can set up to point to the cabinet. And so I'd have a permanent cam set up for it. To do it seamlessly, I would need a capture card. Another really cheap, like $20 HDMI video capture. But in the meantime, I remembered that I have an HDMI switcher. And so that's fine. That's like good enough. And I just need to find it. And then I can get that hooked up. And I would be able to switch between the two cameras and just have one like permanently pointed at the arcade unit. And then I'd be able to get over there and play a game of Pac-Man and pump that out real quick. I almost want to go check. But we won't do that right now. So string can have a null value. Is that let's check system object in .NET in the unified type system of C#, all types predefined, user-defined reference types and value types inherent directly or in directory from system object. You can assign values of any type to any object, variables of any type object. Any object variable can be assigned its default value using the literal null. When a variable of a value type is converted to object, it is said to be boxed. When a variable type of object is converted to a value type, it is said to be unboxed. Okay. Alright. Very good. Okay, so then what we'll say is string code Twitch code equals this, and then if there is a Twitch code, so if Twitch code does not equal null, then we invoke our little friend here. Oops, undo. Paste them in there. And we pass that Twitch code into our invoke. Free your mind! And the rest will follow. And let's make, just for fun. No, this is enough. Okay, now we're going to go. I like it. Okay, so over here, we'll connect to when we open up the there's one other thing I wanted to check as well. Main. There we go. Okay, so the authorize here sets up HTTP auth listen. That starts the listener. Then we need to actually connect to HTTP auth Twitch code received plus equals, and then Twitch code received will be right here. These names need to be changed. Twitch code received is expecting a string of Twitch code. And so we go like that. And code received, exclamation point. And then we'll just print it out. Twitch code. Maybe this will work on our first try. Who knows? Let's go over to VS Code, and we'll set some breaks here to make sure we figure out where things fail if they do. File, new window, file, open folder, Gideo. And we're looking at HTTP auth. Let's stop right here. And then on the settings side, let's stop on code received. Okay, and see if we can compile. All right, we compiled. Now we open up settings and we say authorize app. And this takes us to here. We choose authorize and let's check it out. Okay, so we hit our breakpoint here. We're going to set Twitch code. And Twitch code is a code. Hell yeah! Can I get a hell yeah? And then we invoke Twitch code. And then hell yeah! Hell yeah! Okay, so it works. All right. All right, so I'm starting to understand events in C# a bit better. Can I get a hell yeah? The glory of Twitch events or C# events. I feel it. All right. If Pooh does a 5-minute cleanup redeem, I'm going to go find that, the HDMI switcher, where I think it is. Can I get a hell yeah? Hell yeah! Amen. All right, so now let's go ahead and we need to set up the settings resource. That's what it is. Okay. And so in settings resource, we're going to go ahead and add okay, so we've got this Twitch ID and shared secret. Let's get rid of that. And we'll just change Twitch ID to Twitch code. Let's be a little more specific. Auth code. Okay. And then let's go back. And then what we'll do is we'll set that value here instead of printing. So it's going to look like temp settings Twitch OAuth code equals Twitch code. Okay. All right, so this opens up a server. I guess you could say a little HTTP local listener thing. Caveat with this is that this is only a Windows thing. So we're going to have to find another library if we want something that's a little more universal. Or we can actually set this up using Godot's API to do the listening. Regardless, we get a response back. And then if it has an auth code, we send out a signal. The settings class receives it and then puts it in the temp settings. And if the player chooses to save, the value is saved. One other thing we need to do is... Oh, God, I'm going to have nightmares again. Resident Evil. Where's the I'm gonna go look really quick. I think I know where the HDMI splitter is, or not splitter, but switch HDMI switch. So give me like 2 seconds. I'm just gonna go check. Be right back. Actually, let me make sure I did the redeem for creator dashboard. Complete. Be back. All right. Sounds like our beautiful dog's gonna go away. It wasn't in the boxes that I thought it would be in. So I'm pretty confident it's a box in our storage. So let's try setting up the. Let's try running this full stop. So we'll save all that stuff, and then we're gonna delete our authentication stuff on Twitch's side. And then let's go ahead and open up the app data folder for Bumpset Spike. And it's going to be in this settings file here. So we'll see. Let's double check. Twitch shared secret does not exist. You know what? We don't need this. We can set up a setter and string Twitch code. Set Twitch OAuth code, Twitch code, and it's complaining that settings resource doesn't have that, so we're gonna copy it. So visual mode, and then how do we just say yank and paste that down here? Yeah, okay, so yank, paste it, and we're going to say Twitch OAuth code. Oops. Okay. And let's compile again. Main CS. Okay. So main is looking for some values that don't exist anymore. And we're looking for connect on start. And then if there is, now all we need is a Twitch OAuth code. Okay. And we'll set up a break on that once we get the code. Okay. Authorize. Ooh, it wants me to log in. Am I not signed in? Hang on, let me go to Twitch over here. I got booted out. Maybe I'm deleting and adding things so much that it's weirded out. It's like, what are you doing, man? Let's try it again. Actually, I don't know what it would do if I did it twice. Ooh, this is something we need to debug. I'm not signed in again. Yeah, handsome.
She sent me this picture. This isn't him, though. Is it?
No. No, the markings are all wrong.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look at him again to be sure, but...
No, he's a different dog. Is it weird?
What?
Is it weird? I'm grateful.
I'm like having such a roller coaster of emotions because I was like bummed, but then now that she sent
his
the
eyes
dog,
are way too dark. He doesn't have.
Yeah. Now that she sent the dog and I know it's not him, I feel bad because now she's missing her dog and we can't give her the dog.
Right.
Okay.
I know. My heart broke when you told me. It's like, oh no.
I told Gemma and she was like, oh, she wanted to see the message and then she did this. I said, are you okay? And she said, I don't want to give the dog away. Okay, Odie, we gotta go look at the doggy's face, alright?
No, Mom.
Oh, now you don't want to go look at the doggy?
It's Mama.
Yeah.
No, Mom.
Yeah. We gotta go look at the doggy real quick and see if
Okay, we're signed in. Let's try this again. My son. He's like, I want to play Pac-Man, Mom. The hell's going on? Unexpected error logging you in. I don't understand. I don't understand. All right, we're going to cheat and we're going to open it up in this other browser because we know that we're signed in here. Something's going on. What is the URL we have? Login. Did that log us out? No, we're still signed in. So this is a redirect. Login. This is what we really want. This is where it's trying to get us. So let me just cheat and I'm just going to copy this. Cuz I don't know. I think Twitch is freaking out cuz I've been testing this so much. Yeah, so let me try it on this browser where I'm logged in. I think it's upset at me. Now I'm signed out. It signed me out of Twitch. What is going on? And then if I try to use this login, it doesn't like it. Am I still signed in here? No. But if I use this login, I'm okay. That's weird. Let's go over here and delete the connections. Is bump set spike in here? No, I deleted it. Okay, so it's gone now. So now I'm not even authenticated, or it knows I'm not. I think I pissed it off. I think I was doing this too much. Okay, well, they have a backup in this scenario. They have like a backup URL you can do. We can go like this. But then I don't actually get the... So this is the sample response. So I could just test it that way. So this would be like if I had hit the button. If I did it. Whoa. It's SMS codes.
Okay, well, I told her he has different markings, and I sent her a picture so she'd know that I wasn't, trying to take her dog.
Did you send a picture with a collar?
I just sent a picture of his face so she could see that it's a different dog. Because I just, she's in
But it
here.
has the collar on it, right? Okay. You got to be careful because, like,
Well, you can't really see
I
him.
know, but
But,
yeah, it's a totally different dog.
yeah.
God, that sucks.
Well, I'll go let Gemma know. Oh man, this is gonna be really rough.
I know, but just be careful how, like, you got to treat it like that information is like a.
Yeah.
Because if people, it's because of the breed of the dog.
I know. I was careful just to get I just wanted to show her the face and show her that it's a different dog.
Yeah, it's just now there's a part of the collar that you can see on it. So,
I guess a little, yeah.
so I'm super paranoid about. Why is it logging us out? I think we pissed it off. I think I got Twitch mad at me, because when I try to authenticate, it says something went wrong. Oh, now we're getting an SMS code. Is that the one we just got? Send me the code, baby. Come on, Twitch. Was that it?
Do one thing real quick while you're playing piano, Odie.
Okay. Encountered an error. And now I'm logged in. Nope, I'm not. God. I don't know. Something weird is going on. Yeah, there's something weird going on with Twitch right now. Oh, here it is. It's a new. No. Damn it. Okay, well, let's presume. God, I can't. The thing is I can't test until. I think they've done some sort of quiet timeout for my account now. Ah, it sucks. I could scrub. What I could do is scrub the stream back when I did get that code. No, but I deleted the. Yeah, I deleted it. I'm gonna restart my phone just in case, but I'm pretty sure they're not sending me an SMS code because they've quietly they've done a soft lock. I think that's what's going on here. Well, shoot, what do I do? I mean, I guess we can start writing the code for the chat side without having it working. So let me close out this stuff for now. So this is shorter here. So now this is where we would make the chat connection. So we can start writing that. That's fine. And we can close the auth stuff. So we're looking good. Okay, we had this old chat controller here. Let's go hard on this stuff. We're gonna. The new chat system, the basic layout looks like this. We connect with the credentials. There's going to be the access token. That's what we're trying to get back right now. Connection credentials should load the credentials from all right, so this is the instantiation. So what we'll do is chat will take two values, string user and string OAuth, and we'll pass them through. Okay. And the other thing we need is channel. String channel. And that'll be here. Okay. Okay. So now when we pop this thing on, we can pass those values there. You know what I like? I do this stuff. Do you see how they put spaces here? It's kind of nice to know that I'm not a weirdo. If I'm seeing someone else do that, it's like, okay, I do that to try and separate things. And then we create these subscription event subscriptions to these events. So then what we need to do is go to our main. And is this a static? No. Okay. So then we say chat. See, here's a problem. I mean, we can test it here. Hello there. Yeah. How you doing, Dev? What do they call German shepherds in Germany? I'm so bouncy right now. All right. Schäferhund? Let's look it up. And when I was a kid, I read that. Let's see. How to pronounce. That's not right. A and gave. Is this right? It's exactly. Schaefer. So the double Schäferhund. What's with the Oh, okay. Schaefer. Shoden. All right. Well, cool. Yeah, one just showed up on our property the other day, and it's basically adopted us. It's like, I live here now. You're my family. I'm your dog. This is happening. just let it happen. It's really sweet and it's already. I mean, it's just a really sweet dog. Schadenfreude? Is it All right, so the it's kind of the other way around. It's just like, hey, I'm your part of your pack now. Like we're a team. It showed up on our porch, and it was growling at my wife, and then it growled at my mom, and then it growled at me, and it was like, oh man, this dog's like, feral, or I don't know. Like it seemed like, yes, when you take joy in something, yeah, I'm familiar. The so the Yeah, so it was being real standoffish, and then I went out with my daughter and my son to feed it, and instantly everything about it was just like, oh my god, you have kids, and it's like, okay, I don't hate you anymore, you're the best, because I'd already fed it before that, and each time I went out to feed it, it was like, "Rrr." And then the minute it saw my kids, it's like, oh my god, you have kids? Well, why didn't you tell me? And then it just dropped the act, and it was like, okay, well, I live here now. It's just like, okay. I have some pictures of it. Let me see it. Let's see. I took him for a walk. He's a cutie. He's got little black eyes. He's got his little lipstick. And here he is with the kids. And he's really sweet. I got to be careful if I use that scrolling. But he's a little jumpy. He's a puppy. He's malnourished. He's clearly been neglected, or he's been on the run for a while. But he's a really sweet dog. And we're kicked out of Twitch right now. Twitch is mad at us because I've been testing this authentication stuff too much. I think it's soft locked us. It's not saying we're locked, but it's treating it like we are. So I'm going to try to sign in again here, and hopefully we can... As far as I can tell, they don't actually have like a testing portal. Yeah, still can't sign in. They're not giving me my SMS code. I've had this happen before. Shoot, this could be the entire stream. I could be DOA right now. Well, I think then what we'll do is we'll do some learning. I'll do some the learning power hour, and then we'll come back and try it again. Right. What I probably should have been doing is, what I could do is, I have a bunch of spare Twitch accounts. So we could do that. Let's do that. Let me do that with a spare Twitch account. So we'll sign out of this one. Shoot, I don't want to sign out on this. We'll go to this one here since we're signed out. And I'll get the Twitch account. Another Twitch account to mess around with. Twitch. Yeah, no, their docs, it's surprisingly, it's pretty sparse, the Twitch docs. And there's all these like hidden things that they don't officially tell you you can do. All right, let me just try signing in. Oh my God, this. Okay. Okay. No, but I keep authenticating the app and then deleting the code and then authenticating it and deleting it because I'm getting each phase of this thing going. And I think I did it so much that they must have some sort of flagging system that's like this has been going on too much. Something weird's going on here, so we're gonna soft lock the account for a little bit. I'm pretty sure that's what's been going on, or that's what happened. So now let's test it. Okay, but I actually am in the middle of breaking everything. So hang on, let me get rid of the. We'll get rid of this line here. Comment that out, and then should be able to recompile and try this. And it used the wrong browser. So how do I force it to use this browser? Maybe if it's the last one I opened. I have 2 sessions on this browser. Maybe that's causing a problem. Shouldn't though. There we go. Here we go. So this is what it should look like. Bumpset Spy wants to access your account to do all this stuff. Do you want to let it? And we're going to authorize. And then if we go to the okay, we didn't crash. So if we go to the user data for Bumpset Spike and we open up settings, I got to do this off stream. Connect on Sprite on start is true. Settings. Oh, you know what? I didn't save. Okay, so we're going to save it. So that's a good way to... Okay. So we'll look at the date here. Let's go to details. So right now we show modify of 6.5. And we're going to save... And it's updated. Okay, that's a really good sign. Because that means something did change. Let's go to the open up a notepad and scroll down. And we're looking for... There it is, Twitch. Okay, it saved it in the wrong thing. For some reason. Okay, hang on. Set Twitch auth... Oh, I didn't... Okay. Okay, so... You'll see the problem here. We set Twitch channel here instead of the Twitch auth code. So Twitch OAuth code equals value. Okay. Now, we know this is going to work. Okay, so at least we know it's going to work. This does create some problems, though, because now I have to actually, if we're going to test the chat right now, because I authenticated it somewhere else, it's going to go to price drops. So, and I'll put the auth code in there. Okay, so those two things are there. And now we need to expose the Twitch user as well. So not only is the guy doing the authentication in the app, they're going to have to assign. Actually, we might be able to get that back from. No, it should be. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so if we reload. There's a bunch of work we can do now, though, because we can see if the auth code has been accessed, and if it has, we'll know, and then we can change this interface here, or at least check to see. So this is the Twitch channel it'll connect to. All right, so I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. And then we'll take a break, or I don't know, something. Be right back. dog. What a good dog. Okay. We're back. All right, so let's try and actually get connected. So we've got... Okay, hang on. Back again. I'm back from being back. So Sean, specifically, I don't need to test the login. What should happen is if you're already signed into Twitch, you hit the button, it takes you there, and it says, "Oh, you need to authenticate this," and you just hit authorize, or you need to authorize. But yeah, I think I was doing that so much, and I was deleting the credentials that it created on my Twitch side, on the account side. I was doing that so much that I think I pissed off Twitch, essentially. So if I didn't explain that well enough, hopefully that helps. All right, so we're going to go ahead and try and do the actual connection to the chat now. We don't have a Twitch user, so what we're going to say, we're going to do this manually here and say price drops, which is Twitch. I had an idea for a Twitch channel that I was going to make. Well, yeah, I was getting everything set up, so I was like doing other things along the way. to get other stuff going, but I kept having to go to authorize, and then so I think it's soft locked my main account right now. How's it going, Obsidian? So let's see if this will connect now. It has the auth code and the Twitch channel, and let's go. Login authentication failed. Okay, that's something. Finished channel joining queue. Login authentication failed. So it's just going to keep trying. So let's... You know, maybe I have the wrong order. Let's double check the... It's expecting the user, the OAuth, and so let's set up a break. Gotta go. Good luck. Have a good one. All right. See ya. Things are going good, Obsidian. What about you? How's it going with you? Well, originally I was using the Twitch Godot IRC for Twitch is the name of the plugin. But as I moved to C#, the GIFT plugin. And there's two problems with it that I decided to kind of ripcord out of it. The main one being that it requires you to have created a shared secret and client. So you have to basically you have to go to the dev site and create an app ID. So with this system, it should be that they're actually authenticating my app to be able to talk to their channel, and then they authorize that. And so we're almost there. We got everything, but maybe the auth code or something is wrong. So we're gonna see. Let me see if I have the right. Let me go to Twitch. I don't know if I have the right username. It is price drops. Okay, so we'll create a break on main here. Nothing needed for gifts specifically. Yeah, since this is going to be something that I give to other people that they can then connect to their channel, I gotta, yeah. So that's one problem. But the other problem is once I switched everything, most of the code over to C#, I could get the signals back from the GIFT plugin, but for some reason, should roll their own keys. Those others should roll their own keys. Why should they do that? Doing it this way, anyways, let me try running this. Okay, so we do have channel user. Everything's okay. Login authentication failed. Okay, so something still not good. And that's the key. Let me double check. Hmm. Access token. So we're using the authorization code grant flow. And then we get back the authorization code to redirect your URI. So that's the code I got here. Let me double check the account. We'll go to settings and we're going to go to connections. And there's bump set spike. So we are connected. And so there's an error code that could be sent that we need to check for. Use the authorization code to get a token. Oh, the second step in this flow is to use the authorization code above to get an access token and refresh token. Okay, that's what you're talking about. Well, no, you're saying roll their own. Okay, but so now that I have this code, I can then ask Twitch, give me the client ID and shared secret. The following examples. Okay, so then now I need to do this. Okay. HTTP post requests to the following. Set the following X encoded parameter. Okay. In the body of the post. In the body. In the body of the post. In the body. Okay. So I send my app's client ID, my app's shared secret, and the authorization code that I got. And then we say grant type is authorization code. And again, we redirect to a local URL. If the request succeeds, okay, so this is, okay. So this is the missing link. This is why we're not able to authenticate. So we need to take the code that we got back and then ask it for, this is how we get the token. Okay. Okay. So then I guess what we can do, we're going to keep that. And we'll open up HTTP auth. We'll keep our listener open. Right. All right, let's start. You know what I need to do is we've got to start. Yeah, but if I don't want them to have to go to the Twitch dev site and do that, so I give them my apps. I put my apps that information in. Why everyone else does? I don't know what you're talking about because I just use Stream Avatars and it doesn't have me do that. So it does exactly what I'm trying to create for the user where they don't. Right. 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 I understand that. But isn't, I mean, I just don't, then why would they make this so difficult for somebody to go and create like the whole. I don't know. I'm going to keep going this way because this is, I mean, this is why do, if that were true, why wouldn't Twitch just give me a token then? You know what I mean? Like if I go to my dev account, let me see. If it'll let me. Right, I understand that. I think you're not giving me enough credit sometimes. I understand what OAuth is. But all right, I'm going to keep moving forward on this. Like I just like if I go right, I understand all that. But here's Stream Avatars. And I'll just show you. Let me see. Let me just get out of my. How do I? Yeah, channel OAuth, bot OAuth. So that's how they do it. So let me get rid of my authorizations for stream avatars, and I'll show you. This is exactly what I'm doing. To me, Twitch would want it this way so that they can block an app. And I get that somebody can intercept that information. But so here's stream avatars. Disconnect. And disconnect. Okay. So I've disconnected stream avatars. If we test, both authorizations are gone. So I'm going to... Oh, no, they redid them. They just redid it. So let me refresh. This might be harder to... No, they're gone. Platform login. Here we go. So then it loads up here, and I say authorize. And then we're good. And same here. And I mean, there's their client ID right there. And there we go. So what we should do, what needs to happen. So what needs to happen is, I understand what you're saying. What needs to happen is I need to have a small server client running that gets the that gets this code handed to it, and then that will get the token, and then I can send the token back to the user's client. And then that way, when I send that post request, that it's happening from my server, not theirs, and then it goes back to the app, and then we keep everything private that way, so they don't get my shared secret. So for now, just for getting this going, I'm going to put it in the software side for now. But yeah, I will need a thin client running somewhere out in the web with a way of juggling that information and sending it back to the client so that it has it. I see what you're saying, but this stuff is pretty standard as how it's done. So like, all right. Well, I'm going to keep going on this because I'm just trying to get it going. So I don't want to get derailed. Oops. Well, yeah, but it's more. But dude, I'm doing it for the user, not for me. Right? I want to make it easy for the user and less complex. Like, if that means I take on a little bit of complexity, then so be it. Right? So that's. I mean, I'm planning on selling this thing. That's like my goal. The other nice thing about that is I can garner a little bit of information about how many people are using it and stuff. Okay, but for now, anyways, I'll get that code running in on the C# side of things. And then we can work on that later. But I think to reboot, I think what I'm going to do is get a little Pac-Man going. Are you streaming today, Obsidian? Not until Monday. Gotcha. how's the game going, by the way? Yeah, sorry, I was asking how the game was going.
Not like this. All right, hang on. Sorry, I accidentally I didn't have the mic, the camera. Everything's wrong. So like I gotta get some. Let me get the chat going on over here. All right, let's restart. I'm gonna start over here. All right, sound is good. Sound is good. Is this? Yes. Okay. Oh my god, that's awful. What an awful, ludicrous display. Really bad start. And I didn't get the cherry. It's all wrong. Ah. They got me, fair and square. All right, see ya. Oh my god, I'm doing awful. I'm gonna restart again. We're restarting again. One more time. I need a good run. I need a good run. I really shouldn't just quit like that though, because that's where... Much better. Ah, shoot! I was hanging on the controller there. That was a rookie mistake. That was so stupid. It's too early. Ah! I'm dying in the most stupid ways right now. Oh my god. Okay, let's get back to work. Bummer.
Okay. So is right, I get it. Okay. All right. I'm trying to, right now my mind is working out what is the cheapest way to do the server side of this. I'm not familiar with it's been so long since I've looked up like AWS. Hello. You like my hair? You like it? It's the reverse ponytail. $1 million requests free per month. That's all I would need. Well, in order to do the last half of this authentication with Twitch, I need to be able to send a request to it from a server side, not a client side. So that the client doesn't have access to the application's shared secret. And then I send that back to the app. Once I get something, I get the token back from Twitch. So I'm looking into it like what's a really cheap solution to something that I can run and basically send a curl request or something to Twitch to get back the information I need. Yeah, but so I get back a token. So I give it my client ID and a redirect URL, which is the client, and they send me back a code, and then I use that code to then talk to them again and say, okay, now give me a token. But when I do that, I need to send them the client ID and the shared secret of the app itself, the actual app that I've created, the keys that I have. And so the only safe way to do that is to send the code to a server somewhere and then make the request from that server and then redirect the response back to the client from there. So that way the client can't intercept the ID or the specific, well, they can get the ID, that's no problem, but the shared secret is the thing that I need to keep secret. So, and then I get back the access token, which gives me an expires time, and then a refresh token that I can use to do a refresh. And but so I need something thin and cheap that I can just run out in the web somewhere to do this really simple, like, kind of handoff thing. Well, but if I'm going to sell this, right, but I'm going to sell this to other people, and if I do that, then I need to make sure that they don't get the client secret. That's the plan, Stan. So I'm just trying to, I've been out of the game so long, I don't want to run like a whole, well, I don't want to have to make them go and get them. And go to like the dev site and then create an app and then get the keys, and then I needed to make it, I mean, we're talking about streamers here. So some of them are savvy, and the ones that I think would use this kind of application are not. So this creates the least friction. Well, it's a very small amount. That's the thing is, I think I could do this. I know if I was running a Lamb stack, I could do this for $5 a month, but I want to do it even cheaper than that if I can. But it would only be to get the token, and then it would be like a flash, and then there'd be no continuous traffic, and the traffic would actually come from the client, and then I'd send the request to Twitch, get that information back, and then that would be redirected to the client. So we're not talking about, it's not like every second they're using the app, they're talking to me or anything like that. It's only when they create the initial, to get the initial token, to then their client, the client that they're running would then do the authentication to Twitch, not to me. It'll take like 5 minutes. Okay. Do you need me to make sure the dog doesn't? No, you don't. I can show you. This is like if we do stream avatars. I'm pretty familiar with doing this. I don't know why everyone's kind of like, why would you do it that way when it's like, well, this is, I don't know. It's kind of funny. But if you do platform login, essentially it says, hey, authorize this app. You say yes. And then in this case, we're going to their website, but like I would be hosting something. Now now this has new tokens here. So that would be it. That's what I'm talking about. It's just that last step of this little tiny bit of a handoff that requires something running out on the web so that I don't leak my shared secret. But I didn't have to create anything here to make that happen. I didn't have to go and get a key create an app ID for stream avatars to put in here to whatever. It's just strictly an OAuth. The nice side effect of that as well is I have some information about how many people are actually using the application. I would get a little hit and I would go, okay, somebody authenticated, and I would know that happened. So I'd get some idea of like usage, a tiny little bit. Wouldn't that be the case though anyways? Yeah, I think a lot of people do. It's funny because the security concern you have is less. It's funny because I feel like if a user had to go and the funny thing from the user's perspective of security is that if they had to go to the dev account to make something, they would feel, I'm just guessing as what I see most end users and how they think. They would actually think that something really unsecure was happening. Why is this app making me go here and telling me to click on all this stuff? Like, but this way, the control's back on the user still, because now they can go to their Twitch account and revoke access to the app. So they're only authorizing as much security as they want to give the app, right? So now if the user goes here, they can disconnect stream avatars right here. Right. So but it tells you exactly what access you're giving the app, right? So it is a trust thing. It's always a trust thing. Except it's the app is what's right. So you're suggesting that all streamers should build their own streaming app? This is what I'm doing. I don't get this perspective that people are have on this though. So instead of authorizing Twitch, you're authorizing a random person you don't know on the internet. Kind of, but the app would still get the same request in the first place. And it would still exist as a listed thing inside of, like if it was my own app, right? And I went and made my own keys, this process would actually still have to happen. And it would still have this in here. Right. And the thing is that the way that this is set up is now Twitch has a responsibility. They have some skin in the game, right? So if my app misbehaves, they can revoke the shared secret, and then I'm out. My app can no longer do this, right? So that's as I understand it, the flow of all this, the OAuth and all that. That's the thinking behind all this, is so that if I am misbehaving, if I am like somebody who's doing something shady, they can revoke the app's access. And now, if I did this to 100 people, all 100 I'm ripped out of the equation, right? It's right. I agree to that. The amount of like work involved in getting this going, instead of just having a damn protocol, and like, okay, this is the Twitch authentication protocol, and the user does sign in, but it's true, right? Because this is like ridiculous the way that this is set up. It's so much work to basically recreate. But anyways, so if you know of a cheap cloud service where I can have something that essentially just says, okay, yeah, no, I hate it. I don't like it myself. I like, what I like is what you're describing from a web dev perspective, where, because I did this with colleges that I worked with, where I used something called CXML, which was like a shopping cart thing. And they gave you the shared secret, and then you plugged it into your system, right? And that was like a way better, it's so much easier. It's like, oh, thanks. There we go. Copy, paste, done. But to get this set up, it's like, well, you need to have blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, oh my God. Like, just tell me the handshake that I need to give you. Like what's the secret code that I shake your hand with and let me through? Also, start with a local server. But I do want to just avoid the stack if possible. Like, I'm wondering, I don't know anything about, oh God, I don't even want to. I could do it for $5 a month once I'm hosted. I just mean like a whole web stack, like LAMP or something like that. I understand what you're saying. Why do people think I don't know what they're talking about? It's driving me nuts lately. Sorry. But everyone's like, don't you know what, like, OAuth? And they start explaining it to me. I'm like, I understand. I understand. But yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, because of stream latency. All right. Well, that kind of explains it. All right. We'll do the Pac-Man redeem. Ah! Oh, shoot. How do you know it was a bust? Well, once I get once I get
Hang on, let me pause. Okay. once I get fiber, then if I can get multiple IP addresses, then I'll self-host, no problem. I would worry about, well, I guess I could use Cloudflare to mask my IP. So yeah, I could self-host it. You guys can hear me okay? And yeah, it's funny to imagine, but I could build a really simple server running in Godot. Lots of close calls on this round so far. Yeah. How's it going, Da Vinci, by the way? What? I'll stay on the porch, baby, if you call me a good boy. Is that what you call me a good boy if I stay on the porch? Keep the bedroom talk out of the stream, Schultz. Damn it, fair and square, they got me. Not a good run. See how he went out the right? They had the mode changed right when he came out the house. Whatever you want to call it. Ah, jerk. Oh boy. Oh boy. AI, that sucks. That means did they say that right off the start or after a while? Oh, God. Hang on. All right, we're good on sound. Sorry about that. The microphone fell. We're good. We're back. We're back. Woo-wee! Gotcha. No! Right at the start. That's some form of discrimination, dude. They took one look at you and used their lizard brain and made a decision. I mean, and it could be something stupid like they want to only hire hot chicks, you know? But maybe you're a hot chick, I don't know. shoot, I'm a goner. All right, well that was an okay run. Age discrimination. That's what I'm worried about trying to get back in the workforce, like trying to do that kind of stuff again. I think I'm too old. I'm out of the game, so I don't have enough on my resume anymore, and I'm just an old man.
All right. Thanks for the redeem, Da Vinci. Sorry I didn't give you a good run. Colin's right. I've got a ton of Mac Minis. I can easily run a server on. Super simple. Doesn't need to be anything big. So that's what we'll do. That kind of work, though, involves web stuff, and I cannot stream that because I'll be concerned about security. Although, granted, I'm doing the rest of this the way that I am. So let's continue to do some work. I guess maybe we should take a break and do some learning power hour. So we'll do CS50 course. I put Harvard in the title to scrape some people in here. Harvard CS50 course 1 learning power hour. Time to yell at Harvard. It's an intro. I get why he's saying the things in the way and all that stuff. I get it. But there are certain, now that I have, a way of teaching, there are certain things that I look at and I'm like, why didn't you just change the order here just a tiny little bit? I'm 54 this year, so I'm sure it was age discrimination. It sounds like it, dude. Which is stupid. You hire the best person for the job. You at least do an interview. You know what's funny? Is that the people that don't discriminate end up with it's so stupid. It's so stupid. I had one at my job that I worked at the bank that I worked at. My boss. I found a new chat emote for you. Yes! Oh my God, we need to turn this into an emote. Oh my God, this is perfect. Yeah, we got to thicken up the lines and everything, but yes. Get off my lawn. It is. What was I saying though? Oh, my old job, my former boss. So there was way too much hierarchy where I was. I was in an IT department. It was for $1 million bank. There was about 300 employees. X number of computers and all this other stuff. And our IT department was overloaded, frankly. We should have had one manager. We had two. One reported to the other. It was ridiculous that was even a thing. And then they kept wanting to grow the hierarchy. All management does. That's just what happens. But the boss that I worked for, he basically didn't want to take care of hiring people, which ended up working out in favor of not discriminating. But what he used to do, right? But what he used to do was he would take applications and he would literally just look at the last name. And if it was, Valdez, he put it at the bottom of the list. And it's like, but, we looked at, well, wait a minute. He has all this work history with the stuff that we need. I didn't care what the fuck their name was. I didn't even look at none of that mattered. I just I looked at what did they do? Like, what can they bring to the table? So the way that we finally kind of combated that was, we did. It didn't do anything. But anyways, the way that we took care of it was, he didn't like hiring. He hated the interview process and all that. So we took over. And we fought for a guy who had a DUI even. They didn't want to hire him because of it. And we were like really arguing for it. And it's like, you know, first of all, like obviously drunk driving is a bad thing. But given that it was just a pullover DUI, he didn't kill anybody. It was a breathalyzer. Who knows what? I don't give a shit. If the guy's trying to get back on his feet and get a good job and not have that happen again, he's not, you know, then fine. Like, I don't see the problem. He was the right person for the job. So we really argued for it. And eventually the next person we hired had the kind of last name that he would have put at the bottom of the list. It was like one of our best employees. See, in that situation, yes. And then the other thing that happened that really pissed me off was the bank would not allow us to hire in-house. There was somebody who was legitimately capable of doing the job in-house, and they would not let us hire them for the job because they had bad credit. And their thinking was, well, we're a bank and we don't want, and it's like, but he's a teller. This person's a teller, and you're saying that we can't hire them for this because of their bad credit, but you'll let them take people's monies and set up a, like, what are you talking about? Like, it didn't even make any sense. And it's frustrating. It's amazing that the company is what makes it hard to hire good people. Like, that's the part that to me is astonishing. The company is actively seeking to inhibit hiring the right people for the job. It's the strangest thing. Anyways, back at it. Let's do some of the learning stuff. It's true. Okay, we're going to close that out. Let's bring up the course one. And we're going to go here and open up. We should have two Visual Studios open somewhere. There it is. Start. We'll close this one out. Get this over here. And then we just got to go to the video, which is somewhere. Here it is. C. Yes, C. But that boss, when we would interview, we reported him to HR because when we would interview, we would be in the interviews with him, and the craziest thing is, the craziest thing was because we're in I don't know if it's the federal law or whatever, but if you've had any like federal offenses, well, you have to in the job. I don't know that you have to, but it says like, have you ever been like whatever with a crime? And the guy would ask them if the answer was yes. The guy doing the interview would ask them, what was it? And I feel like that was crossing a line. But it was like, have you ever been charged with a crime or something like that? And it's like, well, wait a minute. We have a system of justice. If he was charged with a crime, he justice was served. So again, whether you like, we're a bank, we're going to do a background check on the person. And if the bank itself has some sort of, like, if the bank has some sort of like system of saying, well, obviously if they committed fraud, right? Or if they did something like anything involving some sort of like money laundering or something like that, obviously the bank's going to be like, no, sorry. Like, we're not going to hire you because of that. But as a person that I'm interviewing this person to hire them, the bank's going to do the background check. I don't give a damn about that. What I care about is, can they do the job? Wouldn't money laundering be perfect for a bank person? It depends on the bank, I suppose. All right, so we're on loops and variables. Let's just finish this up. We'll keep going on the course.
Friend. Sometimes you have to hit it a bunch in a cloud environment, but Control-C for cancel will interrupt a program that's running. And I promise that
you know what's
all of
funny
you will
too?
at some-
You know what's funny too is I probably shouldn't say this. Well, it was in the news for the company, so somebody in HR at this place, a bank, somebody in HR was responsible for a bank account that was for an MPO. Okay? It's a nonprofit organization that had a money account. They took that money. The HR person took that money out of that account, went to Vegas and lost it all. They thought they could take it there and win a bunch of money and then, just put the money back in the account and we're all fairs and squares, but they lost it all. Like you do. 50,000 on black. Oh shit. Oh, what am I going to do?
Some point accidentally introduce an infinite loop because your math is slightly off. When in doubt, click in the terminal window and hit Control-C, sometimes multiple times, and that will indeed cancel whatever is happening there. In this case,
It was nuts.
might have intended it, but sometimes it's not, in fact, intended.
Oh.
All right.
Oh. And this was the HR. He was part of the HR that at the time said we couldn't take an employee that existed inside of our company and put them in IT because they had bad credit. So that was great. That was good stuff. But this was years ago. Years ago. Literally, like, oh god, it's almost getting to be
So we've been
two
taking for
decades
granted
ago.
this whole graphical user interface for some time, and indeed the commands that I'm typing and the buttons that I'm clicking. And let me just give you a better sense of what it is we are using underneath the hood this whole time.
Yeah, it's
namely
interesting.
an operating system called Linux.
It's interesting. We'll get to learning here. I got to set the timer. It's interesting. Being at a bank, I was at the bank when the 2008 crisis happened. And it was really interesting watching the way that the regulations came in after that. And how it actually didn't do anything about the problem and actually invaded customers' rights more than the banks. It was bizarre to watch that happen, but that seems to be the modus operandi of the states. In the U.S., whenever something goes wrong, we take away civilians' rights. This thing went wrong. Let's do the Patriot Act and start invading people's. Let's start encroaching on the Fourth Amendment and spying on citizens and doing all this stuff. Yeah, no, it's ludicrous. Ludicrous display.
Linux. So I keep alluding verbally, of course, to Macs and PCs because almost all of us are running Mac OS or Windows on our desktops or laptops nowadays. But there's lots of other operating systems out there, and one of the most popular one is called Linux. And Linux is very often...
Okay, but real quick. So what they did was they passed something called Operation Choke Point. And what Operation Choke Point was this thing. It was an IT crowd reference. They created it where there was a secret court, essentially, that determined, or not really a secret court, but it was a secret. This was during when the secret courts got created for other stuff, which is like, oh, that's great. You want to hear that your country's created a secret court. But anyways, it was a secret that it was impossible for the banks to let the customers know it was happening, but the government could say, you need to get rid of X number of accounts of this type. We don't care how you decide it. You figure it out and kill X percentage of the accounts of this type. And so it really sucked to be working at a bank, especially as the guy doing data queries and stuff, and be forced to do queries knowing that ultimately that result set was going to determine that some number of those accounts was going to cease to exist and they would no longer be able to do business with the bank for committing no crime. But that was all post-2008 stuff. And the thing that really sucked about it is, think about what a bank is going to decide to do. What is a bank going to decide to do if they're told they have to kill X number of accounts based on these credentials, almost have nothing to do with any money, right? The bank is going to decide to keep the accounts that make them more money. So it impacts the people with the lowest income the most. It sucked. It was the worst. It was awful.
Often used on servers nowadays.
And we couldn't tell them. That was the crazy thing. We had girls in the accounting department in tears because they had to call these customers and tell them their business was being closed, essentially, because they were shutting down the bank account. And the business was like, well, I called this other bank. They won't even take me. The reason why they wouldn't take them is because the government said they couldn't have any accounts over a certain amount of that type. And so they killed businesses because of this. They figured out a way to do it. They were like, we don't want to see these kinds of businesses anymore. So what we'll do is we'll tell the banks they can't open accounts for it. So it was weird post 2008 to feel for the banks and feel really frustrated that the banks weren't allowed to open accounts. It was like, oh my God, I don't know who the bad guy is anymore. It was nuts.
Email companies that host websites or apps more generally. Certain computer scientists or computer science students often like to brag that they run Linux just because that's a thing. But it is really just an alternative to Mac OS or Windows that provides you with both a GUI, if you want it, but also and especially a command line environment. Now, fun fact, Windows and Mac OS do have terminal windows or the equivalent thereof. And eventually you might use it on your own Mac or PC to solve some problem. But Linux is really known for, along with other operating systems, its command line environment, which again I distinguished earlier from GUI as a command line interface or CLI. And that refers really to the terminal window. So if I go back to VS Code here, and let me, in fact, go ahead and close my tab and focus entirely on the terminal window. This terminal window is really just your command line interface to your very own server in the cloud. The term of art here is you each will have your own container in the cloud, which is like your own computer running somewhere on the internet with your own username and password to which you have access, and your own hard drive, if you will, your own home
They said they
folder
grade
that has
on
all
it,
of
though,
your
so I'm
files for the
pretending like I'm
class,
in the
and
class.
it's only accessible to you unless you enable live sharing thereof.
I need to fix it on my
So
Vim,
when you're
though, because it
typing
keeps
commands
auto-formatting.
here, it looks like you're typing them, of course, on your own Mac or PC, but they're actually being sent over the browser to some server in the cloud.
He said that in this. He's like, we grade on that.
Where you are controlling really your own account therein. So it turns out that there are other
I get it.
commands
I'm like,
that
okay,
are worth
a job's
knowing.
going to make you do it that
We'll give you
way.
just a few of these today, and over the coming weeks, we'll have opportunities to play with
I can't
others as
stand
well.
it.
But
I
these are kind
cannot
of some of
stand
the
it.
basics, and they're all incredibly
He referred to it as
succinct,
hugging the
because
code.
indeed, for things you're typing at the command line, humans generally have not wanted to type out long commands, so a lot of these are abbreviations here.
You know what else
perhaps
hugs the
most
code?
common one I'll start with first is LS, a lowercase l and a
This.
lowercase s. That stands
And do you know what
for
my eye
simply
sees when I see this or this? You know where I look? I look here and here It doesn't matter where this is. So why would I make it that much bigger and see that much less code that I can grep just by looking at it? I don't understand. I don't understand the whole put the curly braces on a new line thing. I can't stand it.
So if I go to my terminal window now, where up until now I've only typed code, which is a VS Code thing for creating and opening files, and make, which triggers the compilation of my code, what if I now type ls? This will list
And then
all of
spaces.
the files in my
Who
current folder,
does spaces?
my hard drive in the cloud.
Only
if you will.
lunatics
so
do
if I hit
spaces,
enter,
right, Colin?
you'll see a whole bunch of results. Now they're color-coded too. The white
Only
ones
crazy
here
French people.
end in .c. Those are the source code files I've written during class today. Agree.c, compare.c, hello.c, and meow.c.
Indent with emoji. I
You
use
could
the
perhaps
space
guess
emoji.
The green ones here, that just by convention have an asterisk
The
on
what-
end
the
to
gun
denote that they're
emoji?
Special,
In the
represent
States,
what?
we space for the gun emoji.
What are the 4 others? Yeah.
Not breaking
Yeah,
space.
the machine code. So those are my actual programs that are identically named minus the .c extension. And the asterisk means that they're executable. That is, in the world of Mac OS or Windows, you would double click. But in the world of a command line environment, that means you do / and then the name without the asterisk to execute or run the code therein. So if I open up my File Explorer, and I'm hitting Command B on my computer here just as a keyboard shortcut, you'll see the exact same thing. So ls is the command line interface for listing the files in your account. But here, because I'm using VS Code or any program
Man,
like
you
it,
wanna
I
talk
also
about
get a
CSS
graphical
was a
user
mistake.
interface as well. So it's just 2
Oh,
different
God.
places to be. You're welcome to use whatever you're comfortable with, but over time, will you naturally get more comfortable and capable with
Hey,
the
you're, like CS sucks so bad. I wrote a language to write CSS with. it's so bad. Everything's so bad. CSS is so crazy to work with that we wrote another language to write CSS in that will expand it into like actual CSS. But this way you can write it and it's not as crazy. But even that solution is crazy.
terminal window alone. Well, what else is on this list here? Well, during the break, I saw that at least one of you, for instance, had created a file called hello instead of hello.c. So you were in a situation where you did this accidentally and hit enter, and then you went ahead and typed in all of your code like this, and then down in your terminal window, you were trying to do make hello enter. And this now didn't actually do anything. Like I'm trying to run the command. I got permission denied, as at least one of you did. Now, why is that? Well, let's just do a quick check. If I do ls, I see now hello, but hello has no asterisk next to it, which means it's not executable. That's my code. Why? Well, notice the top of my tab confirms, oh, I screwed up. I didn't name my file hello.c, which it just has to be. So what do? Well, you could very hackishly like copy this, create a new file, paste it in, or no. Like we know how to rename things now here, because that's one of our options. Let me do this.
So
let me do mv for move.
Do you think
hello,
that
and then
the OSI model
hello.c,
could
and hit enter.
is?
You'll see the tab
Do you think
closes
that
because
could
hello
use
no
some
longer
changes?
exists. But if I now type ls, you'll see,
Or is
there
that
is
at least solid?
hello.c.
What do you
if
think?
I open that file now,
Weigh in on the
poof,
OSI
there's
model.
all of my
Let me
same
know.
code. And now if I do make hello, now I do get an executable file wherein the world is restored. So mv is just a command not just for renaming, but it also turns out eventually for moving files.
Oh, no
as
idea what
well.
that is.
You can also create directories or folders. So for instance, if I go into VS Code again,
It
and
might be
suppose
old.
I
It
hover
might be old parlance that's not even used anymore. Let me see. Yeah, it's the layers essentially like high level protocol translation between, so character encoding. So you got HTTP as a high level, then you've got character encoding, session, transport, network, data, physical. So you get higher up this way. So physical, data link, network, transport, session, presentation, and then application. And I feel like application is where things start to fall apart. Oh, it's cut off. Let me see if I can get it.
over here and click not on the plus file icon, but plus folder, I can create a folder called, for instance, like pset1 for problem set 1 in the class. And you'll see now that it's empty because all of my other files are in the default folder of my account. But I could also go in there like this, and I could click on File. And now I can create a new file called like mario.c, which is one of the first problems, for instance. But you'll notice now that mario.c is inside of the pset1 folder. So if I zoom out and I type ls at my terminal window, I won't see mario.c anywhere, but I do see a pset1 folder. And it's in light blue followed by a slash, which you don't have to type. It just indicates that's a folder. Now, I can visually, at top left, obviously see pset1 contains mario.c. But if I try to do something like make Mario here, no rule to make target Mario, like it just doesn't seem to exist. And that's because you're in the wrong directory. So in a command line interface, it's not quite as simple as just clicking on a folder and voila, it opens. You have to change into the directory or folder, and cd is going to be the command there. So if I want to actually change into that directory, I can do cd space pset1, enter. And now you'll see my prompt changes. And this is just a common convention, but it's not the only one out there. Now I still have a $sign, which indicates where I can type commands. But before it, I see a reminder constantly what folder I'm in. And we put that there deliberately, like a lot of Linux users do, just to remind themselves where they are. Because unlike Mac OS or Windows, where you have a nice big window telling you where you are, at the command line, you kind of need to be reminded textually. But now if I type ls and hit enter, what should I see? Yeah, mario.c. And now if I want to open it, if I want to actually compile it, I can run make Mario in this directory once I actually type out all of the code. Rest assured that in problem sets and labs will almost always, certainly in the first weeks of the class, give you exactly the commands to type. Odds are, because it's new to many of you, you will accidentally type the wrong commands. No big deal. Just remember that you have different ways to solve these problems. You've got like the graphical file explorer, which should feel a little more familiar. But in time, you'll start to know and honestly probably prefer commands like these. So cd for change directory, cp for copy a file, ls for list, mkdir to make a directory.
Wait until VR has VR.
MV for
this
move
actually
or
already
rename.
exists, I believe, but like VR markup language.
Remove. So be careful with that one. rmdir, remove directory, and there's dozens, hundreds of other commands. You won't
pretty
need
soon
many
you
of
have
them,
to program
but
your
we'll start
websites
to
to be
scratch the surface all the
VR
more over
compatible.
time. But ultimately, the command line interface
You'll have entirely new sets of tags and CSS things to set Z depth and like there'll be new specs for images so that they're 3D. There's going to be like, if this stuff takes off, they're going to destroy it. If the web touches this stuff, the web will destroy it. They'll ruin it. And then you're going to be working in websites and you're going to have to do all this extra work for VR crap.
It's going to be a more powerful mechanism, a more capable mechanism, and ultimately a more efficient mechanism for writing code, running commands, solving problems, analyzing data more generally, even though, no, there's going to be some growing pains early on, just because it's probably so new for many of you. So with that said, we have some problems still to solve, but we promised cookies today. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Cookies are now served in the transept, and we'll be back here in 10.
Cookies.
All right.
The money I spent on college was not a waste.
Each of the code examples in C we've done have been kind of designed to show one specific topic, but we thought we'd try to take a step back and solve a more general problem and give you a sense of when, given a problem set, for instance, or just a programming problem more generally, like where you even begin and how you go about approaching it when it's not obvious what the point of the exercise is. So one of my favorite games from yesteryear is this one here, Super Mario Brothers, that has come in so many different forms since. But in this original two-dimensional side-scroller game, there was a lot of artwork like this. So for instance, up here in the sky were 4 question marks. And we'll find that in C and a lot of programming languages initially, it's a lot easier, a lot more accessible to focus really on black and white type interactive programs textually as opposed to full-fledged graphics and the like, but more on the more graphical acoustic type of programs before long. But for now, let me go over and propose that we try to just implement in ASCII art. ASCII, again, being the code that maps numbers to letters, at least for English, into a textual version of these 4 question marks in the sky. So for this, let me go over to VS Code. I'll create my own version of mario.c that will be different from the one you're challenged with in problem set 1. Indeed, in problem set 1, you'll be challenged to build a little something like this, albeit with hashtags for ASCII art instead of graphics. And in mario.c, I want to just solve this simple problem first. So it's all involving output.
Mario.com.
So I'll do include standard.io.h so I can use printf. I'll do my int main void, more on why we keep doing that in future weeks. And I'm just going to do something simple initially like 1, 2, 3, 4 \n. This is about the simplest way I can implement 4 question marks in the sky like these here using pure text like this. So let me go ahead and do make Mario. /Mario, and voila, we have those 4 question marks. But we've seen, of course, that there are better ways to do this. And if you wanted to generalize this to be 5 question marks, 6, 60 different question marks, loop was always the answer for not repeating ourselves. So maybe I should rewrite this a little bit more flexibly and say something like this. For int I gets 0, I less than 4, I plus plus. And then inside of the for loop, now I can just do a single question mark. But I don't think what I've just done is correct. Anyone spot the aesthetic bug already? Yeah, why is this wrong? If I want to print the same thing, yeah. Yeah, so I don't think I want to \n after every question mark, because the goal is, again, this like row of question marks in the sky. So if I now recompile this, make Mario, /Mario, OK, it's almost there, but now I have that regression to where the $sign's not on its own line. So I think I need a new line, but I don't think I want it here, because that was not going to end well. Where do I want it instead? Any instinct? Yeah. Yeah, so outside the for loop. So indeed, I can just go below line 8 and above line 9, creating a new one. And now it's totally fine to just print a new line like that. You don't have to print anything else with it. It's indeed a character unto itself. So let's do make Mario one last time, /Mario. OK, so now we're back in business there. Well, what if we wanted to do some other scene from Mario, such as this one here, where there's a lot of vertical obstacles, like these bricks here? If I wanted to print out now a column of 3 bricks, and I'll use hashtags for these instead of anything graphical, well, I think we're almost there, right? Like, I think I can now, it's almost maybe a little easier. I can go back here, change the question mark to something that looks more like a brick, like this hash symbol.
Oops.
And I think now I do want the new line character, because when I now do make Mario, /Mario, OK, there's my wall of 4. Oh, but wait, I didn't want 4. I wanted to be consistent just with this particular scene here, so I just want 3. So I can still change it in one place. And here again is that paradigm. Even whether you're using 4 or 3, if you get into the habit of starting counting from 0, you go on up to, but not through the value you want to count up to. So that's why I'm using less than instead of less than or equal to there. So this would be the common paradigm, though you could certainly count it, like we saw earlier, in different ways. But what if things escalate one level further? And when you're in the underground version of Super Mario Brothers, there's a lot of these underground obstructions, including like grids of bricks like this. And let me conjecture that if you slice this up, it's roughly a 3 by 3 grid of bricks that all interlock prettily to give us just one big, large brick like this. So if I want to print out a 3 by 3 grid, now things are getting a little more interesting, because up until now, I've printed either one row horizontally or one column vertically. But we haven't really seen any code where I'm sort of printing or living in 2 different dimensions, like the game would imply. But let me propose that we could do this. Let me go ahead and say, all right, suppose I want to print a 3 by 3 grid of bricks. It's really that I want to print, what, 3 rows of bricks. Like a grid is 3 rows. So if I take the high-level idea and reduce it to something a little simpler, how do I do that? Well, let me get rid of the printf for a moment, as I did. And let me just stipulate that this for loop, even though it doesn't do anything useful yet, will do something how many times, just by design? All right, 3 times. Right? This for loop is good to go. It will do something 3 times by just using I to do the counting. All right, well, if I want to print out now a row of 3 bricks all on the same line, that's pretty similar to what we did earlier when I just wanted to print out 4 question marks in the sky. So we've kind of seen a solution there, and I dare say we can compose one into the other. So if I want to print out a row of bricks, I could just do this. For int I gets 0, I less than 3, I
Can we do
plus
I
plus,
twice?
and
We
then
can't do
inside of
I?
this inner loop, if you will.
We don't need
let me print out a single brick like this. And then I don't like where this is going yet, but I think I've taken 2 ideas and I've combined them. But what might be problematic about lines 5 and 7 at the moment?
Frozen, how's it going?
What might be bad here? Yeah, and back? Yeah, I'm using the same integer I, which I feel like could get me into trouble, right? If I'm sort of trying to count 3 things here,
So we're gonna
but then
make
I'm
this the
hijacking this
X.
variable and using it inside of the loop, like I feel like I should avoid this collision of names. And so what's a good alternative to I? Well,
No,
a
this is
programmer,
X.
if nesting loops in this way, would pretty commonly go with J. You could certainly change this to be like rows and columns
And
if
then
you
this
want more
one will be
descriptive
Y.
variables, but I and J is pretty canonical. So I'm going to go ahead and do this, J++ instead of I++ everywhere. And let me try compiling this. So make Mario, enter, /Mario. OK, so a couple of things are wrong here. This is not a 3 by 3 grid. But if you count these things, how many did I indeed print at least? You can probably just guess logically. Yeah, there's 9 hashes there. Unfortunately, they're all on the
Doing
same
good,
line
doing
instead
good.
of on
Trying to
3 different
stream
lines.
more full
So
time.
where logically can I fix this? I'm definitely printing all the bricks.
Had a
I'm just not on
dog
the right
just show
level.
up
Yeah.
at my house. A German Shepherd, and it's adopted us, basically.
Yeah, so put a new line after the
It's
first
like my
loop, this
dream
inner
dog.
loop, if
It
you will,
just,
the
like,
nested loop,
appeared.
if you will. So let me go ahead and print
And
out
it's the
just a
sweetest
backslash
dog,
n here.
and
And what's this
I'm
doing?
in
Well, I
love.
think that's going to solve it
And
by
we're
just
trying to
moving the
find
person
its
to the next
owner,
line
and
after
we
you've done
thought we
one
found
row.
it, and
so
my
let me go
heart
ahead and do
broke,
make
and then
Mario,
we didn't.
enter, dot slash
And then my heart
Mario,
broke
and now we're in
twice
business.
because
so it's
now
a
I
very
felt bad for the
simplistic
people who
version of
thought
the
they
same
were getting their
graphic,
dog
but
back
I'm
and they
leveraging
weren't.
two different ideas now. The same idea twice rather now. I'm using one loop to kind of control my cursor going row by row by row, but then within that loop, I'm doing left to right, dot, 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 with printing out each of these individual bricks like this. Now, there's a little sloppiness here still. Like, if I want this to always be a square, just because that's what it looks like in the game, well, I could change it to be a 4x4 square by doing this, or a 5x5.
Stuck on 114. Is 114, is that High Sierra? Software to monitor GPU usage. Mojave. Okay. That's right after High Sierra. I have no idea. I never gamed on the Mac. There's a very few games that I would run performant on the Mac. Heroes of the Storm was one of the ones that I didn't have many problems with. But I'm trying to think.
Grid, whoops, by doing this. Why is this perhaps not the best design, to just keep changing the numbers when I want to change the size?
The default monitor has a window for this. After 10 use, are you kidding me? What are you talking about? I don't even know about this. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Show me. What the hell are you talking about?
Eyes. Where could this go awry? Yeah.
What are you talking about? Dude, that's one of the things about Mac OS is it's like an onion. There's all these like little things about it. I remember the first time on Mac OS when I was working at one of my old jobs at a biotech company, and a print job was stuck. And because the printer was like out of paper or something, or there was a jam, I forget what it was. But this lady was like, I need this printed. And just on a whim, I took the print job and dragged it over to a different print dialog for the other printer. And it moved it to the other print queue and printed it. And my mind was blown. I was like, oh my God, I did not like, I just was like, I wonder if I can. Send you a screenshot on Discord. Okay, I'll go check it out. Oh, did I update the power hour thing for the stream? Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh, that's CPU. I thought you said GPU. Wait, GPU history. Wait, what? Wait, how did you get that though? Wait, hang on. It still exists. Can you increase the refresh rate? Wait, so how are you saying you need to get to it? Window, you just go window GPU history. Is that in the oh my God, are you serious? Okay, so that's up in the hotbar on the top, or whatever you want to call that. The application bar. You'll know Mac OS is going the wrong way when that goes away. Like that basic idea that an app has a ribbon at the top. If they start like getting rid of that.
Yeah, if it's always going to be a square and height is going to be the same as width, I'm just inviting trouble here, right? Eventually, I'm going to screw up. I'm going to change one, but not the other. Then it's going to come out to be a rectangle instead of a proper square. So I should probably solve this a little differently. So let me do that. At the top of my main function here, let me go ahead and give myself a variable called maybe n for the number of bricks I want horizontally and vertically. And I'll just initialize that to 3 initially.
Be explicit. Why be vague? Why be vague? Be explicit.
If I ever want to change this and change it to 4 or 5 or anything else, like I'm all done. Like it's better designed because there's a lower probability of mistakes. But I could technically
like I get it for a for loop.
I could technically
but why
accidentally write a line of code like n plus plus. Or,
I know what that
I
is.
could just change the value of that variable even though I don't want it to
I'm
ever
doing
change.
size.
Maybe it's because I'm a bad programmer. I copy pasted wrong. I'm working with someone who doesn't know what n represents. I can defend myself and my code against human error like that by going up here to line 5 And instead of just declaring a simple variable like we did in Scratch, I can further harden my code, so to speak, by declaring it to be a constant using the keyword const. Now, this is just a feature of C and some other languages to protect you against yourself by proactively saying n is a constant, specifically the number 5 or previously the number 3. You cannot accidentally write code elsewhere that changes it. The computer will throw an error and catch that error. So it's just a way of programming a little more defensively. Some languages have.
I like that you can define constants in. Can we define a constant? Does it have to be on the outside? Now, what happens if we do this? I'm curious what'll happen. It still compiles. Interesting. Okay. We got to make that happen.
Have this, some languages don't, but in general, it's a good practice. It makes your code better designed because it just is less vulnerable to mistakes by you, colleagues, or anyone else using the code. So let me change this back to 3 just to be our default. But now I'm using n in both places. And if I do make Mario, /Mario, we're back to where we originally started. But the code's a little more better designed. And let me note this, too. All this time, I've been mentioning that there's correctness is important, design is important. There was also this matter of style. I've been very deliberately writing pretty code, if you will, not just the syntax highlighting, which is automatic, but notice that I keep indenting everything nicely. Anytime I have curly braces, like on lines 4 and 14, everything is indented one level. When I have additional curly braces on lines 7 and 13, everything is nicely indented as well. Technically speaking, the computer does not care about that kind of white space, so to speak. And you could really make a mess of things like this because you have a strange sense of style or just because you're being a little sloppy. But this code is actually still correct. If I recompile it, let me open up my terminal window, make Mario. No errors, /Mario, it works perfectly fine. But you can imagine just how annoying this now is to read, like certainly for a TA, but certainly for you the next day, certainly for a colleague who has to read your code. This is just bad style. Like, it still works, and it's well designed in that, like, you're writing code defensively, you're using a constant, but my God, the style is atrocious. Now, you'll often find that there's tools that can help you format your code for you in a manner consistent with the course's or a company's style, but this is the kind of muscle memory you'll want to develop over time, too. Take VS Code suggestions as it's outputting lines of code for you, because it's trying to format your code in a readable way. And oh my God, if and when you do have bugs in your code and things aren't even indented properly, there's no way you, the human, are going to be able to wrap your mind around what's happening and where. Like, you're just making the problem harder for yourself. So do get into this habit, too, of manifesting good style.
Manifest it.
All right, well, let me propose that we don't only want a 3 by 3
manifesting.
grid. We want this to be a little more dynamic. So suppose we moved away from a constant to just using an integer called
like
n,
Oprah.
And ask the
It's the
user
secret.
for the size of this grid, as by prompting them with getInt, as we've done before.
I had a
So
feeling
get
he
in
was going to
n
do
here,
this.
and
I
then
actually
I
had a
can go ahead
feeling.
and more dynamically run, make Mario to compile it.
And
Whoops.
what I love, okay, what I love is that he's still using n, but he's asking for size from the user. Maybe he'll address it, but I think that's funny. So even when he asks the user, he uses size. How do you navigate without using Vim? I feel.
I screwed up accidentally. What is it suggesting I do, albeit cryptically? Yeah, I forgot to include the CS50 header file up
the
top,
header,
and that's why
yeah.
it doesn't know that getInt is in fact valid. So that's an easy fix. I'm just going to go up here and include cs50.h. Now I'm going to clear my terminal and rerun make Mario. Now we're good. /Mario. And now notice I'm prompted for size. So if I type in
100.
3, it's the same as before.
Ah!
If I type in 10, it's even bigger. But it happens all now automatically.
50.
But there are some things that we're not detecting.
Ah!
For instance, suppose I type in cat. Well, that's handled by the getInt function, as I claimed earlier. That's one of the features of using a library. You don't have to deal with erroneous input. But we only designed a function called getInt to get you an integer. We don't know if you want it to be positive, negative, 0, or some combination thereof. And it's kind of weird to allow the user to type in like -1 for the size of the grid, or -3 for the size of the grid. And indeed, your code does nothing. So at least it's not crashing. But that's kind of stupid, right? Like, it'd be nice to force the user, if they want
Colin,
to
I'd
give
love
us
to see you on a
positive
modern
value.
OS 10.
So how
and
could we
just,
do
like,
this? Well, I could go up
bemuse,
here,
like, how wrong
and I
it's
could say
going.
something like if
'Cause it's
n
going-
is
it's
less
going in
than
the wrong
1, So
direction.
if it's 0 or negative, which I don't want, what could I do? Well, I could say, well, prompt the user again for the size. And now notice, I'm not declaring n again, because once it exists, you don't have to mention the data type again. We said that earlier. But this is kind of stupid. Why? Because now when you've given the user a second chance, OK, now maybe I'll do, all right, if this version of n is less than 1, well, let's just go and prompt the user a third time. I mean, you can kind of see where this is stupidly going. Like, this can't be the right solution, to keep typing recursively the same thing again and again. Like, where would it stop? You'd have to give them a finite number of chances, or just make a mess of your code. So what would be intuitively a better solution here? Yeah, so some kind of loop. We've seen a while loop. We've seen a for loop. So maybe one of those. So let me try this. Let me delete this messiness and just go back to the first question. And let me do this. So while n is less than 1, so while the number is not what we want, let's just prompt the user in a loop this time for the size again. Now here, too, this is better because it's only 2 requests for information. But clearly, line 6 and 9 are pretty much identical, other than the int. And if I went in and changed the size, if I add this, if I change the wording here, change it to a different language, like I have to change it in 2 places. That's bad. Copy paste bad. So what might be better? Well, it turns out there's another paradigm in C that you can use that gets around this problem, this duplication of code. It would be much nicer if I just write this code once. And I can do that using a third type of loop called a do-while loop. So it turns out in C, you can do this. If you want to get the value of a variable, like n, first just to create the variable without an initial value. So int n semicolon means we don't know what value it has yet, but that's OK. We're going to add a value to it eventually. Then I'm going to say this. Do, literally, I'm going to open my curly braces. And what do I want to do? I want to assign to n the return value of getInt, prompting the user for size. Well, when do you want to do that? I want to do that while n is less than 1. And this code now achieves the exact same goal, but by never repeating myself. Why? Well, notice on these lines of code now, I'm literally saying, on line 6, give me a variable called n of type integer. It doesn't have a value initially, but that's fine. You can do that. Line 7 says, do the following. What do you want to do? Get int, prompting the user with the word size, and just store that value in n. But because C code runs top to bottom, left to right, now it's reasonable on line 11 to ask that question, OK, is the current value of n, which it definitely got on line 8, less than 1? And if the user didn't cooperate, they typed in 0 or -1 or -3, what's going to happen? It's going to go back up here and repeat, 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 everything in the do-while loop. So a do-while loop in C, which is not something some other languages have, like Python, if you know it, does not have a do-while loop. This is perhaps the cleanest way to achieve this, even though it's a little weird that you have to declare your variable, create your variable up top.
Yeah. So let me ask you, AI, for the for a do while, my instinct is to do this. Is that what you would do, or would you do a new line for the while statement? For some reason, I want to do this with it, but I get why you wouldn't.
And then check it down below. But otherwise, it's similar to a while loop. It just flips the order in which you're asking the question. Any questions on this construct?
On a
do while in
line.
general is super useful when you want to get input from the user and make sure it meets certain requirements. All right, so now that we have this building block after that interlude, how can I go about cleaning up this code? And then let's conclude by taking a look at things that our code can't do or can't do very well or correctly. Let me propose that in a final version of Mario, let me just add what are called now some comments. So it turns out in code
so like
in
this.
C, you can define what are called comments, which are just notes to self. Some of you discovered these in Scratch. There's little yellow sticky notes you can use to add citations or explanations. In C, there's a couple of ways to write comments. And in general, comments are notes for yourself, for your TA, for your colleague, as to what your code is doing and why or how. It's a little explanatory note in English or whatever your human language might be.
Close
so
enough.
for instance, what I might do here in my implementation of this version of Mario, I might first ask myself a question like, I might first make a note to self like this on a new line above this first block of code, get size of grid. It's just an explanatory remark in any terse English that generally explains the next 6 or so lines.
So would
the
you
next
do
chunk
one
or
shot
block
like
of
this
code, if
then?
you will. It would be a little excessive to comment every single line. At some point, the programmer should know what individual lines of code do. But it's nice to be able to kind of glance at this comment on line 6.
Like this
that
seems
starts with 2
small enough
slashes,
to even do
and it gets
this,
grayed out because
but-
of syntax highlighting. It's not logic. It's just a note to self. It generally gives me a little cheat sheet as to what the following lines of code should be doing and or why. And then down
All right,
here,
have
there's
fun.
a second block of code that's a bunch of lines, but together,
Drive
this
safe.
just what?
Drive on the
Print,
sidewalk.
Grid of bricks. And so it's another comment to myself that just makes it a little more understandable what these 20-some-odd lines of code are doing by adding some English explanations thereof. But now that I have these, wouldn't it be nice if I could kind of abstract these pieces of functionality away, this getting of the size and this printing of the grid? In other words, suppose that you didn't know where to begin with this problem. And the problem at hand were literally implement a program that prints a grid of bricks of some variable size, 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever the human types in. If you have really no idea where to start, comments are actually a good way of getting started, because comments can be an approximation of what we called last week pseudocode. Pseudocode is terse English that kind of gets your point across, like for the phone book searching like last time. So if you didn't really know where to begin, you could do something like this. I could, for instance, just say get size of grid as my first step, and then print grid of bricks as my second step. And that's it for my program thus far. This is now implemented in pseudocode. I have some massive placeholders there, like I still have work to be done, but at least I have a high-level solution to the problem in comments. And now I can even go this far. I could say, well, let's suppose that there's just a function already that exists called getSize. I could do something like this. I could do int n equals getSize, and now I just have to assume for the moment that some abstraction called getSize exists. It doesn't. This does not come with the CS50 library, but I could invent it, I bet. How else might I proceed? Well, let's just assume for the moment that there's also a function called printGrid that just prints a grid of that size n. So here, too, is an abstraction. These puzzle pieces don't exist. These functions don't yet exist. But in C, just like in Scratch, I can create my own functions. How do I do that? Well, let me go down later in the file. And by convention, you generally want to leave main at the top of your code. Why? Because it's the main function, and it's just where the human eye is going to look to see what some file of code does. And let me do this. I want to create a function of my own called getSize, whose purpose in life is to get the size that the user wants. I want this function to return an integer. And the syntax for doing that is this write, similar to a variable, the data type that this function returns. I don't need this function to take any inputs. And so I'm going to use a new keyword that we've actually been using thus far, more on it another time, just called void, which just means this getSize function does not take any inputs. It does have an output. It outputs an int. And this is just a weird order in which you write it. You write the output format, the name of the function, and then the inputs, if any, inside of parentheses. And now I can implement getSize. But I've already implemented getSize, or at least now at this point in the story, I at least know concretely what to do. And I could figure out eventually, with some trial and error perhaps, all right, if I declare a variable and I do the following, n equals getInt, prompting the user for size, and I keep doing that while n is less than 1. Once that block of code is done, here is a new keyword in C where you can return that value n. So I keep referring to these values that some functions return as return values. In C, there's literally a keyword called return that will hand back to any function that uses that function the value in question. So in a nutshell, between lines 15 and 21 now, here is some code identical to our solution earlier that gets a value n.
I already don't like how he's doing this.
1 or 2 or higher. It's not 0 or it's not less than 1. And as soon as we've got that value, we hand it back as a return value. Notice how I'm using this function on line 7. Just like with getInt, just like with getString, I'm calling the function, nothing in the parentheses in this case, but then I'm using the assignment operator to copy whatever its return value is into my variable n. And so now I have a function that didn't used to exist called getSize that gets me a positive integer, no matter what. And now for the grid, how do I do this? How do I invent a function called printGrid that takes a single argument, a number, and prints a grid of that size? Well, let's go down here. I'm going to write the name of this function, printGrid. This function just needs to print. It has a side effect, as we keep saying. So I'm just going to say it has no return value. It's just void. It doesn't have an output per se. It's just an aesthetic side effect. But it does take in an argument. An argument is an input. And the syntax for this in C is to name the type of the input it takes and the name of the variable. And I could call this anything I want. I'll call it size. I could call it n. And it's OK to use the same variable in different functions, but I'll call it size just to be distinct. And then in this function, I'm just going to copy from memory the same code as before. For int I gets 0, I less than size instead of 3, I plus plus. Inside of this, for int j gets 0, j is less than size, j plus plus. And inside of that, print out with printf a single hash, print out after that loop a single new line, and that's it. Now, I did this fast, admittedly, but it's the same code that I wrote earlier. But now, just like I did with Scratch, let me just arbitrarily hit enter a bunch of times to move the code out of sight, out of mind. Now I have abstractions. I have puzzle pieces that now exist called getSize and printGrid, syntax for which takes some getting used to, but they now just exist. Except I do need to do one thing. Because C is a little naive, if I try to do make Mario now and hit enter, implicit declaration of function getSize is invalid. And we've seen that before when I hadn't included a file. Right? When I hadn't included CS50 library, getInt didn't work. But that's not the issue here, because this is not from a library. I just invented this. C kind of takes you literally. And if you define these functions at the bottom of your file, they don't exist on line 7 or 10. So I could do this. I could, all right, fine. Well, let me just kind of highlight all of this, cut to my clipboard, and paste it up here. This would solve the problem. I could just move all of those functions at the top of my file. That's kind of annoying, because now main is at the bottom of the file. It's going to take longer to find it. That's not a clean solution. So let me put it back where it was at the bottom. And let me do this. This is the only time in CS50 and really in C programming where copy-paste is reasonable. If you copy and paste the first line of code from each function and then end it with a semicolon, you can tease the compiler by giving it just enough of a hint at the top of the file that, OK, these functions don't exist till down later, but here's a hint that they will exist. This is how you can convince the compiler to trust you. So those other functions can still be lower in the file, below main. But now when I do make Mario, oh, damn it. Oh, I said print instead of printf. That's not bad.
The universal.
Printf.
Okay.
So if I do make Mario /Mario, now I can type in 3. And we're back in business. Now, this was a very heavy-handed way and long way to get to a much more complicated solution, but this solution, in some sense, is better designed. Why? Because now, especially without the comments, I mean, look
But
how short my
I
code
feel
is.
that
My
he-
main function is literally 2 lines of code.
No. I mean, I get what he's trying to teach, but he's not showing you. What he should have done is kept expanding what the application needed to do to a point where it became unreadable in the main, right? And then at that point, it's like, well, this is kind of a mess, isn't it? Like what? Like maybe we should, if we reorganize this, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. And luckily, we have a way to do that. Blah 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 blah. Anyways, I don't know.
Why? Well, I kind of factored out the juicy
I
stuff
feel like, I mean, he's got a. It's admirable because he's got to condense so much information in so little
own
time.
functions. And now, especially if I'm working with colleagues or others, you could imagine splitting up large programs into small.
But I just feel like it's not. This isn't the example to do that with. Like maybe you could actually jump forward in the code, not have to type it all, and be like, okay, now open up this file. This is the same program, but we've added these features, right? And let's follow the logic and go through it real quick, and we'll just double check that, yes, this was doing what we'd expect it to do. And here's how all the features work and stuff like that. And then you got this big fat main, and you're like, oh, but this is kind of like, you know, there's a lot going on here. But even then, I don't feel like that's, this is the thing. This stuff is always presented as, let's make it more maintainable and readable. And what has he done? He's exploded the size of everything. Anyways, that's my story.
Smaller parts, having different people implement different parts, so long as you all agree in advance on what those inputs and those outputs actually are. All right, so let's now consider what computers can do well and not so well. C indeed supports a whole bunch of operators mathematically, via which we can do addition,
Look at this.
subtraction,
Look what I have to do
multiplication,
now.
division, and even calculate the remainder when you divide one number by another. In fact, why don't we go ahead and use these in a very simple program and make our very own calculator. So let me go over here to VS Code. Let me go ahead and create a new file called calculator.c. And in this
I really like that you have to sort of declare your functions. I mean, can I do this? Let me see. No. I like this. I actually really like this. I get that modern editors can give you this kind of overview, but I kind of like this.
file, let's go ahead and first include a couple of now familiar header files, cs50.h as well as
You'll get to hate it, don't
standard.io.h.
worry.
Let's go ahead then and declare main with int main void. And then inside of main, let's do something relatively simple. Let's declare an int and call it x and set it equal to whatever the return value is of getInt, prompting the user for a value for x. Let's then give ourselves a second variable. We'll call it, say, y. Set that equal to the return value of another call to getInt, prompting the user this time for that value y. And then let's very simply go ahead at the very end and just print out, say, the sum of x plus y, a super simple calculator. So I'll use printf, quote unquote, %i for integer, \n to give me the new line. Then I'm going to go ahead and do x plus y to indeed print out the sum. Let me go down to my terminal window now. Let me do make calculator in order to compile the code. No error messages, so that's good. Let me do /calculator, and let's do something like 2 plus 2, which of course should equal 4, and it does. But it turns out that sometimes there are going to be limitations that we bump up against. And let me get a little more ambitious here. Let me clear my terminal window, and let me go ahead and rerun calculator again. And this time, let's type in 2 billion for x, and let's type in the same for y. And of course, now the answer of 2 billion plus 2 billion should, of course, be 4 billion. And yet it's not. So curiously, we see, of all things, a negative number here, which suggests that somehow the plus operator doesn't quite work as well as we might like. Now, why might this actually be? Well, it turns out that inside of your computer is, of course, memory, or RAM, random access memory. And depending on the size of your computer and the type of computer, it might very well look a little something like this, a little circuit board with these black little modules on it that actually contain all of the bytes of your computer's memory. Unfortunately, you and I only have a finite amount of this memory inside of our computers, which means no matter how high we want to count, there's ultimately going to be a limitation on how we can count, because we only have a finite amount of memory. We don't have an infinite number of zeros and ones to play with. We have to actually be bounded ultimately. So what's the implication of this? Well, it turns out that computers typically use as many as 32 bits, zeros or ones, to represent something like an integer, or in C, an int. So for instance, the smallest number we could represent using 32 ints, of course, using 32 bits, of course, would be 0. 32 zeros like this here. And the biggest number we could represent is by changing all of those zeros to ones, which in this case will ideally give us a number that equals roughly 4 billion in total. It's actually actually 4,294,967,295 maximally if you set all 32 of those bits to ones and then do out the actual math. The catch, though, is that we humans and computers in general also sometimes want to and need to be able to represent negative numbers. So if you want to represent negative numbers as well as
no other
positive
language
numbers in
redid
zero,
header files.
you can't really just start counting at 0 and go all the way up to roughly
Are you talking
4
about the
billion.
includes?
You got to kind of split the difference and maybe allocate half of those patterns of zeros and ones to negative numbers and the other half roughly to positive numbers. So in fact, in practice, when you're using even as many as 32 bits, the highest most computers could count, certainly in a program like this in C using an int, would be roughly 2 billion. That is 2,147,483,647. But the flip side of that is that we could also now, using different patterns of bits, represent negative numbers as low as negative 2 billion, give or take. But the implication then, of course, is that if we only have a finite number of bits and can only count so high, at some point we're going to run out of bits, so to speak. In other words, we encounter what's generally known as integer overflow, where you want to use more bits than you have available, and as a result, you sort of overflow the available space. What does this mean, in fact, in real terms? Well, let's suppose that you only have 3 bits, but I'm going to gray out a 4th bit just to convey where we'd like to put an additional bit ultimately. If this, of course, is 0 per week 0's discussion, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, ideally in binary, if you want to add one more to this value 7, you're going to have to carry the 1 mathematically, and that would ideally give you 1, 0, 0, 0. But if you don't have 4 bits and your computer's only sophisticated enough to have 3 bits, not even 32, but 3, the implication is that you're effectively representing not 1, 0, 0, 0, but rather 0, 0, 0. There's just no room to store that 4th bit that I've grayed out here, which is to say that your integer might overflow, and as soon as you get to 7, the next number, once you add 1, is actually going to be 0. Or worse, as we've seen here in my code, a negative value instead. So what could we do to perhaps address this kind of concern? Well, C does not have just integers or ints. It also has longs, which as the name suggests, are just longer integers, which means they have more bits available to them. So let me go back into my code here. I'll clear the terminal window. And let me go ahead and change my integers to literally long here, long here. I'm going to have to change my function in CS50's library to be not
I'm
get
curious.
int,
I'm going to
but
leave
get
this running. I got to go potty. I'll be right back. We're going to restart the timer to 12 minutes when I get back so that I don't lose my time.
long, and that's indeed another function we provide in the library. Let me change this get int to get long as well. I'll keep my variable names the same, but I do need to make one other change. It turns out that printf also supports other format codes, so not just %i for integers or %s for strings, but also, for instance, %li for a long integer, as well as %f for floating point values with decimals. So with that said, let's go ahead and change my printf line to be not %i, but %li. Now let me go ahead and do make calculator again, enter. No apparent errors now. /calculator, and 2 plus 2 still equals 4 as before. But now if I do calculator again, and let's do 2 billion again, as well as 2 billion for y, previously we overflowed the size of an integer and got some weird negative number because the pattern was misinterpreted, if you will, as a negative number instead. But a long, instead of using 32 bits, conventionally uses 64 bits, which means we have more than enough spare bits to go when we add 2 billion plus 2 billion. And now, in fact, we get the correct answer of 4 billion, which does fit inside of the size of a long. Now, a long can count up quite high. And in fact, it can count as high as this, 9 quintillion. And so that will give us quite a bit more runway. But of course, it too is ultimately going to be finite. So if you have numbers that need to go bigger than that, you might still very well have a problem. Now, there's another problem that we might run into as well, and we can see it in the context of even this simple calculator. Computers also suffer from, potentially, what's called truncation, where especially when you're doing math involving floating point values, that is, numbers with decimals, you might accidentally, unknowingly, truncate the value, that is, lose everything after the decimal point. So in fact, let me go back to VS Code here. I'll clear my terminal window, and let's still use longs, but let's go ahead and use division instead of addition here. So let me change this plus to a divide operator. Let me go ahead and recompile the code down here with make calculator. Let me go ahead and run /calculator, and let me go ahead and do something like 1 for x and 3 for y, and we'll see that, well, wait a minute, 1 divided by 3 I learned should be 1/3, but in a floating point value that should be 0.3333, maybe with a little line over it in grade school, but really an infinite number of 3s. And yet we seem to have lost even one of those 3s after the decimal point, because the answer is coming back here as just 0. So why might that be? Well, if I know that two integers, when divided one by the other, is supposed to give me a fraction, a floating point value with a decimal point, I can't continue to use integers, or even in this case longs, which do not have support for decimal points. So let me go ahead and change this format code here from %li to %f, which is again going to represent a floating point value instead of a long integer or even an integer. And let me go ahead further and define maybe a third variable, z, as a float itself. So I'll give myself a variable z equals x divided by y. And now, rather than print x divided by y, let's just go ahead and print z. So now I'm operating in a world of floating point values, because I know proactively that a long or an int divided by another such value, if it's meant to have a fraction, needs to be stored in a floating point value, something with a decimal point. Well, let me go down to my terminal window here and rerun make of calculator. Seems to work OK. /calculator, and let's do 1 divided by 3 again. And still here, we see all zeros. So we do at least see a decimal point. So we've made some progress thanks to the %f and the float. But it seems that we've already truncated the value 1 divided by 3. So how do we actually get around this issue? Well, if you, the programmer, know that you're dealing in a world that's going to give you floating point values with decimal points, you might very well need to use what's called a feature known as typecasting. That is, convert one data type to another by explicitly telling the compiler that you want to do so. Now, how do I do this? Well, let's go back to my code here. And if the issue fundamentally is that C is still treating x and y as integers, or technically longs, with no decimal point, and dividing one by the other therefore has no room, so to speak, for any numbers after a decimal point, why don't I proactively do this? Let me, using a slightly new syntax with parentheses, specify that I want to convert x proactively from a long to a float. Let me specify proactively that I want to convert y from a long to a
space
float as
after
well.
that.
And now let me go ahead and trust
Really?
that
You're gonna
z
do
should be the result of
space?
dividing
Is
not
that-
a long by a long or an int by an int, but rather a float by a float. Let me clear my terminal window, run make calculator again. Seems to work OK. /calculator, and now 1, 3, and hopefully now we actually see that my code has outputted 0.333333, and I think if we kept showing more numbers after the decimal point, we'd theoretically see as many of those 3s as we want. But there is still one more catch, and especially when we're manipulating numbers in this way in a computer using a finite amount of memory, another challenge we might run up against, besides integer overflow, besides truncation, is this known as float.
I was able to help someone with a question about GPU rendering today. That means I understood the work in the last few weeks. That's awesome.
Point imprecision. Just as we can't represent as big of an integer as we want using int or long alone, because there is going to be an upper bound, there's similarly going to be a boundary on just how precise our numbers can be. And indeed, let's go back to VS Code here. I'll clear my terminal window yet again. And this time, let me use some slightly unwiggly syntax to specify that I don't want to see the default number of numbers after the decimal point, which %f gives us automatically. Let's go ahead and show me 20 decimal point numbers after the decimal point. And the weird syntax for this is to do not %f, but %, 20 to indicate to C that I want to see 20 digits, not the default after now the decimal point. Let me rerun make calculator. Let me do /calculator again, and let's do 1, let's do 3, and now this is even weirder, right? From grade school, you presumably learned that 1 divided by 3 is, of course, 1/3, but that should be 0.33333 infinitely many times, or on paper with a little line over it.
I've missed that feeling. The feeling of being, like, useful.
But the computer is just doing some weird approximation here. It's a whole bunch of 3s, and then 43, 267, 4407, 9590. Well, what's really happening under the hood? Well, again, is this issue of floating point imprecision. If you only have a finite number of bits, and in turn a finite amount of memory, the computer can really only be so precise intuitively. Equivalently, the computer has decided on some way of representing floating point values, but the catch is, per grade school math, there's an infinite number of numbers out there and an infinite number of floating point values, because you can keep adding more and more digits if you want. So the computer, given the way it's implementing these floating point values, is essentially giving us the closest approximation that it can. Now, how can we go about improving the situation? Well, there is one alternative. Instead of using float, I can use something called a double, which, as the name suggests, uses twice as many bits as a float. So instead of 32, typically, it will use 64. And that's just like the difference between a long and an int, which gave us more bits. But in this case, this will be used for more precision. Let's go ahead and cast x to a double. Let's cast y to a double. And now let's go ahead and, using the same format code,
how's it going, Mariana? How did your stream go last night?
Doubles, let me do make calculator. Let me do /calculator, and now
Mariana,
let me do 1 divided
Mariana,
by 3.
what am I?
And we still have some of that imprecision, and we'd see even more of it if we looked at more than just 20 digits. But now we have more 3s after the decimal point, so it's at least more precise. But it's not perfect, but it's at least more precise. So these kinds of issues then are going to be necessary to keep in mind anytime you
Let me give a shout out to Mariana. Mariana's
where you're going to bump up against these real world
working on
limitations
an
of
NES emulator in
now,
GD
later in the
scripts.
semester, we'll transition to a language called Python, and that's actually going to solve at least
Which
one of
is
these
crazy.
problems for us, but just automatically giving us more bits, so to speak, as we need them, at least for integers. But even the issue of floating point imprecision is going to remain. Now, just how real world are these issues? Well, back in the year 1999, we got a taste of this when the world realized, in the years leading up to that date, that it might not have been the best idea to implement computers and software therein by storing years using just 2 digits. Like, instead of storing 1999 to represent the year 1999, a lot of computers, for reasons of space and cost, were in the habit of kind of cutting a corner and just using 2 digits to keep track of the year. The problem with that is that if systems were not updated by the year 1999 to support the year 2000, 2001, and so forth, is that, just like before with integer overflow, some computers might add 1 to the year in their memory, 99. It should be the year 2000, but if they're only using 2 digits to represent years, they might mistake the year, as some systems may very well have, for the year 1900 instead, taking literally a big step backwards, if you will. Now, you'd like to think that kind of issue is behind us, especially as we understand all the more about the limitations of code and computing, but we're actually going to run up against this very same type of issue again in just a few years. On January 19th in the year 2038, we will have run out of bits in most computers right now to keep track of time. It turns out years ago, humans decided to use a 32-bit integer to keep track of how many seconds had elapsed over time.
I got rid of my ponytail.
Some arbitrary
right
date
now
in the past, January 1st, 1970, and they just started counting seconds from there on out. And so if a computer stores some number of seconds, that tells the computer how many seconds have passed since that particular date, January 1st,
so
1970.
I'm sorry about that. It's not on purpose.
Unfortunately, using a 32-bit integer, as we've seen, you can only count so high, at which point you overflow the size of that variable. And so potentially, if we don't get ahead of this as humans, as a society, as computer scientists,
on
the date January 19th,
I'll take Tintin over the
that
other.
bit might flip over, thereby overflowing the size of those integers, bringing us back computationally to December 13th, 1901. So this is to say, now with all of this computational ability and code,
I could do the Tintin.
To actually write correct code. Next
I like
week,
the little
we'll peel back some of
ducktail.
these layers, but for now, this was week 1, and best of luck on problem set 1.
All right, so that's the end of that. So tomorrow we'll do problem set 1. We'll give it a go. I guess I don't need to close that out. Learning Power Hour is over. Deactivating Learning Power Hour. Learning Power Hour deactivated. The poor man's Tintin. Yay. Learning Power Hour Learning Power Hour completed. Now, can I resize if I can't see the whole thing? I don't think I can. We need something that allows me to scale. There we go. Okay, so if we're over here and we select the background and then we choose this, there we go. Now let's get rid of this background. Remove and remove and new layer. No, not new layer from visible. Sure, why not? How do we make the background transparent? Ah, let me just rewind time. There we go. Hey, head! When I was a kid, it'll happen to you, too. We want it as big as we can get it. So what we're going to do is set the scale again. Once again, we got to hold down control? No. What is it? Control. Tiny bit. That's as good as it's going to get. So now we zoom. And we'll get the eraser somewhere. What do we call this? Old yells, old man? What do we call it? Brush tool. We need the cloud, right? Oh, it's fine. I scaled it down so much. Cloud will not be visible in the light theme unless we do some outlining. How do we... Where's the damn eraser? Patch tool. Do we use brush, but we change something about it? Normal? Nope. Where's the eraser? Shapes tool. The outline will help for sure. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm just trying to find the damn eraser. Am I crazy? Where's the... Is it somewhere else? There it is. So do we choose a brush? And then E. And then how do we get rid of the... There we go. Okay, so there's that. Now we select this. Layer is locked and invisible. What layer? I'm not trying to erase background. I'm trying to erase... It's weird. I'm clicking with it, but it's not doing anything. On, off, on. Normal. Do I need to set it to like a color? Oh, you know what? I bet it's because something's selected off screen or small. There we go. All right, so let's decrease the size here. Okay, so then what we'll do is we'll choose to darken the edges. I'm an artiste. So we'll choose darken, and then we'll, that's not doing what I'm expecting. Burn? Why is this going in the background? Do we need to be black? Is it because of the opacity? There we go. So now we'll set the size to something reasonable. And here's what we'll do. We'll choose to we'll do like this. And then we'll invert. And then we'll darken. Where is it? Make it a little bit bigger. Oops. There we go. So we got a nice little outline here. Just got to get it around the eyes better. And it could use some work, but this is fine. Now let's invert again. And we'll delete anything not in that space. Okay. So now we're looking like that. And the cloud could use a little bit more work. Yeah, dude. It's like Nam. It's like artist Nam. Trying to find how the hell do I even All right, there's the cloud. Yep, great way to navigate. Old man dash 112 dot png. And what do we got for a name for this, do you think? We're going to do 56. And we'll do nearest neighbor. And it looks okay. Again, we could darken the lines a bit. And I think it'll show better. Old man 56. And then we're going to do, go back to where we were. And we're going to resize again. To 28. No, this isn't it. Not canvas. We want to resize the image. Scale image. 28. Nearest neighbor. Oof. Definitely could use some darkening of the lines a bit more. That looks the worst. 28. Oh yeah, somebody's already done the work. All right, so then let's go over to our Twitch. I think so, yeah. But I think they still scale it. Settings. But I think they still scale it. Creator dashboard. Community? No. Viewer rewards? Emotes? So standard free emotes. We have absolutely no sub emotes still. And where the hell's desktop? God. So it did some of its own scaling, but I think our resize is better. Mohawk win. Old man. Should we do the capitals or just ditch it? Ditch the capitals. Is it case sensitive? The code will be capitalized and appended after you. All right, we're doing it. Let's see. Does it need to be Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Reloaded the browser. Okay. Yeah, because I'm using an app, I probably have to there's a button I think I hit to refresh. Hell yeah. That's a good idea, Colin. Thank you. Pooh, you're still here. All right, I'll come back and maybe do that a little bit better next time or another time. All right, so Colin's right about he's right about doing a local web server. I can mask my IP with Cloudflare. I should be able to host something here. My internet's pretty much up like all the time. Once I'm on fiber, it should be even more. My uptime should be close to 99%. I mean, it's not even 5 nines anymore with server uptimes. It's kind of crazy. Well, servers maybe, but nothing else. Nice. So now you can subtly imply judgment. So the subscription emotes allow you to carry them over to other people's channels. Is that the deal? And the emotes that are not sub based are only available in the channel. Am I understanding that correct? I have no idea about emotes, to be honest. So I could write an application in C# that acts as a web server that does what I need it to do, huh? Because I think I already know all of the calls that I would need it to make. Like to be able to do this. I just don't know that it would compile because the computer that I'd be running this on is a Mac. And I don't know that some of those functionalities in .NET are available on Mac. because I think it's using some Windows stuff. So if I look at, for instance, like HTTP request. I have no idea about emotes. I would want to do just the same. Just if you want to be able to do those emotes in another person's stream, pay for a sub. And then just literally have the same emotes. Because I can't think of that many. HTTP request. And we're looking at... See, this is the way you do it. Microsoft on their website, they put their damn the examples at the start. It's really frustrating. HTTP listener, that's what we're talking about. Oh, yeah. So the sub emotes are available anywhere. Okay. So those are the ones that are like the brand, right? You want to have those be something that that carry over. So we use start. This is the construct. We don't care about that. Simple HTTP protocol listener that responds to HTTP requests. The listener is active for the lifetime of the listener. Can we make this bigger? Can I zoom to enhance? Zoom to enhance. Whoa. Settings. Okay, how do I make you bigger, baby? How do I make you big? Tell me how. What do I need to do to make you bigger? Oh, she crashed. The listener is active for the lifetime of HTTP listener object and runs within your application with its permissions. To use HTTP listener, create a new instance of a class using the HTTP listener constructor and use prefixes property to gain access to collection to hold strings that specify which uniform resource identifier prefixes the HTTP listener should process. The URI prefix string is composed of a scheme, HTTP or HTTPS, a host, and an optional port. Blah, 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 blah. The HTTP listener object with the prefixes most closely matches the URI response to the request. Multiple HTTP listener objects can not add the same prefix. A Win32 exception is thrown. Win32 exception is thrown. Adds a prefix that is already in use. Windows 2003 server is required to use this class. Windows XP Service Pack 2 or later is required to use this class. So we can't use this outside of Windows. Yeah, I thought that was a nice thing to do. And actually, I should do that. I have an emote that I should do that for. I don't believe this functionality was available before. So let me see if I need to add... Can I not? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I can't edit them? Oh, that sucks. Because I should have... Oh, here we go. Hella Decent's attributed to this. La Bleu. Should we do Colin? I feel like I should just attribute myself to that one, though. just like the ultimate smug thing to do. With mono, okay. You can make HTTP requests with the Godot. Yeah, I was considering writing the server client in Godot. I need a small server running to be able to make it so that we can send a shared secret to Twitch and then recover the token that we then give to the user's client. And that way the user does not receive the shared secret. They don't know what it is. They can't intercept it. And that will make the OAuth stuff go a lot smoother. So it's really a small thing. It really probably could get away with doing a curl command, and then grepping the result that's a JSON and sending some of that information back to the client. It's tiny, and then maybe tracking some of it in a local file. Though it's doable. Well, for running locally Godot, I mean, I'll have the process down. I'll have the porting stuff isn't really, too big of a deal. Okay, so we'll go with Godot because I think Godot can do everything I need it to do to do that. So I guess we'll start another project. We'll start another Godot project to do this in. I almost want to do it in 3.5 just for stability's sake. And I don't know what to call this. I don't even know what this thing is going to be called at this point. There are other ways to do that. Yeah. You can have OAuth 2 saved in settings. Right. So the way that Twitch provides the authentication information, I have to use a server-based one because the only other option it has is for something like if you're doing React or something. Otherwise, it's server driven. So if you would look up here, there's the implicit flow, grant flow. I can't use this. So I have to use either client or authorization, and I can't use client because client it also returns. Let me double check. We have to send, if we use client, we send the shared secret. We don't want to do that. So I'm stuck with the authorization grant flow, which does require a server. Everyone says, why don't you just have them create their own app, blah, blah, blah. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try to make this as easy as possible. Maybe I provide both options if people don't trust me. I'm gonna let you there for tonight. Let me know where you choose. All right, Colin. Have a good night. I guess I could do both, but for now we're gonna go this route. We're gonna go. Okay, so the only problem with Godot is that my Mac is so old. None of the Godot stuff is gonna compile on the Macs that I have. So that also might, because Godot, I'm on High Sierra on my old ass Macs that I would use. God, I might have to just go with PHP. Go with what I know, because at this juncture, I don't believe I'll be able to for an always-on computer. Oh crap! I can't even self-host. That's right, I can't self-host because my damn internet. I'm on 5G and it uses these protocols and layers and stuff. I can't open ports or anything. God dang it. Maybe I should use, if I use Godot, I might be able to open up ports with UPnP. Because somehow I'm able to game and everything fine. But like I can't manually say on this local IP, I want this port open and I want to forward to this one, right? I can't do that with my internet provider because it's stupid. But it's cheap. But I might be able to. You can host an HTTP server, but free hosting takes 30 seconds to start on the first request. Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to work. Unless I create my own local keep alive. But then I'm sure I'd hit the limit. I'm sure there's like a limited amount of requests. What is Godot's Mac requirements? 12. Is this still true? Vulkan 1 compatible hardware. I don't know. It's just that Macs are really weird. Macs are really, really weird. These are old. Can it run it? So this is old. Maybe I should do 3.5. The hardware is compatible. Problem is Mac OS. That's right. 100%. Yep. Because I know that, dude, don't even get me started. It's so, Mac OS is so frustrating. All right. Well, let me just mess around with, let me get on my server here. And we'll just see if I can get Godot running on this Mac, just out of curiosity. Hello, wake up. Wake up, server. There we go. Okay. Never again for me. I'm in a weird space now with computing. I hate everything. Oh, Sean, thank you. No, we're not. We're not. All right, we're updated the description. Thank you for that, Sean. We'll do a shout out to Sean. Shout out. Your last name reminds me of a friend of mine, whose last name is Hurst. There we go. Got it. So did you decide, Sean, are you going to, it sounded like you were kind of unsure about what you were going to do going forward. Did you figure out whether you're going to keep working on your project or start something else? As I recall. Did I tell this to download? Allow. Oh, damn. Oh my God, it works. Okay, so we can run. Okay, so we should be able to build for my really old Macs. I have one that could run as a server. The question is, can we get outside access going? So let's try and get that going as quick as possible, because my internet is crappy and I can't open ports. So if we can use UPnP to request to open a port, hopefully that would be enough. And we'll call this. I need a name for this thing because it's not just going to be a bump set spike, but I don't know what to call it. Untitled streaming. Stream is not a good name. Chat server. Chat server is misleading. Twitch chat auth server. Game lobby auth server. Maybe. Why is it talking about BSS? That was weird. Okay, so let Sokoban. I created in a folder. I created in the wrong folder. How embarrassing. Noob. There's Poostack's game. Oh, I just tainted the project. It's just a bunch of junk in here now. All right, chat auth server. We'll call it that. Not even recognize Godot. What am I supposed to do with this? Okay, so we'll make a 2D scene. Well, I guess it's we don't need a 2D scene. It could just be straight up user interface. Well, but we always put it inside of a. It doesn't matter. Anyways, I'm just gonna get something going, and we'll attach a script here real quick. And then let's go ahead and real quick, we're going to see if we can pump this out. Let's go over here and I don't remember. UPnP, that's the first thing we want to know about. UPnP. Okay. Querying, network discovery, querying, and port forwarding. This class can be used to discover UPnP compatible devices on the local network and execute commands on them, like managing port mappings and forwarding NAT and traversal. Okay. So we'll make I'm going to do this in GDScript just so we can bust this mother out. UPnP new, UPnP discover. Okay, so if we discover, how do we... If error... Okay, so... I thought you just wanted to do client stuff. No. Well, yes. I mean, the game is going to be the client, but I need a small thing running. Like I said, to the client will send the code that we get from Twitch to this server. This server will then request the token from Twitch, and then send that message back to the client to let it know what the token is. We have to do it this way in order to mask the shared secret from the client side. So yeah, I mean, my problem right now trying to self-host is I'm realizing my internet does not allow me to easily open ports. So this is actually incredibly useful for me. Because if I can use UPnP to open up a port, that would be hella useful. Because I can't do it. I can't like log into my router and do anything like that. It will not allow me. It sucks. Because I need to send the request for the token in a post request, and the shared secret would be in that message. And so that would ultimately be on the app side. Do you have a pinned comment anywhere explaining what this is? What when you say this, what do you mean, Sean? So no, I don't. Can you pin comments? And I'm in the channel for it. Oh no, I should do that. Yes, but unless the user has the GDScript sources, that is not an issue. Except for the post request, that's totally interceptable though. Isn't it? Because the post request does not happen in the browser, but it's still network traffic. It's still interceptable from that workstation. It's still network traffic though, right? The data. Is this more elaborate than people entering stuff in chat? No, it isn't. It's there's like it's a twofold problem that I'm experiencing. One is I have to switch the chat over to C#. The other is the existing chat solution that I was using required you to make an app in Twitch's dev platform side of things. I want to have an existing app that people then make the request through that for. Mariana says, I don't know. I mean, okay, so if I do, the problem is I don't think I can do HTTPS on the recipient side. On the sending side, yes. So you think that's basically all I need? Well, no, because I don't believe that. Oh yeah, we can. Okay. So you think that doing HTTPS is all we need? Because if that's the case, I can move forward on that. The nice thing, the side effect of doing it this way, the idea of having a server somewhere else, is I would get some sort of metric about people who are using the app. And I could theoretically send myself a little bit of information about like what channel they are, for instance. I'd have to check the TOS of Twitch. Yeah, but Sean, this has nothing to do with the actual transmission of chat back and forth. Just the initial authentication of the application and the receiving of the token that allows the app to sign in to Twitch to be able to send chat messages. So the actual communication of the chat messages, I don't need a server. The server that I would be running would only be go between to get the initial authentication, the token key. It would be like a quick hit. But the actual, then the messaging back and forth between the app and Twitch would be from the app itself. The issue is programming it without showing your secret while coding. That's true. The connection between you and Twitch, question mark? Yeah, what I mean to say is some of them are, but again, I don't think the people that would be using this will be. I get, everyone tells me not to do this, but I really think it's the way. Stream Avatars does it this way. I really think that by not having the user have to do that step is really important for accessibility and people like actually using it. I get that a lot of Twitch streamers that are gamers are really savvy, but I don't mean this as an insult to the kind of people that would use an app like this, but I do think that the people that would be appealed to an app like what I'm trying to make are not going to necessarily be the savvy people. And I mean, that's the whole point of the OAuth stuff, right? Like, this is the part that's like, I can't believe everyone's telling me not to do this when it's like, that's the whole point of it. So, okay, so just to break it down, we use the authorization code GrantFlow. We open up the browser window for the user with our client ID of the application and a redirect URI. We ask the scope that we're going to get, and then that's what the user says authorize to. That then sends a message back to the URI that we gave it that includes a code. We take that code and we send a post request to authorize. That's where we send our client's secret, right? So we send a post request that includes the ID and the client's secret out to Twitch, including the code. And then that grants us this, which is the access token and an expiration time, and then a refresh token. And at this point, once we have these three pieces of information, we can then continuously restore the token over time. But it's this part here, and the reason why I'm even saying I need to do it server side and everything is because Obsidian was saying, well, it's going to be in the clear. You don't want to do that. And even if it wasn't in the clear, they'd be able to find it, but through the app itself, if they were to, take a peek. It's funny. This is part of the problem of like taking everyone's advice. Everyone has different advice, right? But let me show you stream avatars and why I want to do it this way. Because let's say this is the first time I've opened stream avatars, right? And right now it knows that the tokens are okay. But let's say this is the first time I open this up and we want to connect it. We would just hit this. It would say, hey, you need to authorize. Stream avatars is going to ask for way more than what I would. And people are okay with saying yes to this, if you can believe it. Right? So I'm only going to be asking for 3 things. I'm going to be asked to send and receive messages from your chat and read whispers. That's it. Then they hit authorize and we're done. And so this sends it out to this URI here, which then, or actually it's a different one. It happens in a flash, so you don't even see it. And then that sends a message back to this client here. And then we're done. And then I don't have to have like a ton of directions on go here and create a new thing. And then like none of that has to happen. And I think this is one of the reasons why Stream Avatars is pretty successful. This is like one of the main things. It may be hard to get going, but it's the right way to do it. So that's what I'm talking about. And so that's this last step here. When I hit that button, that's after we hit authorize. Then this step, the redirect, like in the example of hitting that button for the request, the URI is their website, right? Then the website does this, gets this code. Then the website makes this this post. The website gets this information back and then sends that to the client. And that way we encapsulate the shared the client secret. It'll never get exposed to the the folks out there. The streamer puts in their channel account, and then the dialogue is for post read permissions to that channel's chat. Correct. Yeah. So it looks like this. I've already got that part going, but I can't show you right now because I've been soft locked by Twitch. Let me show you what it looks like. So my request will look like this. Right here. So send live stream chat messages, chat and rooms messages, send whisper messages, and view. We do need to view whispers as well. And so you'd hit authorize, and the same thing would happen. It'd pop back in. It'd say, hey, we're all done, and then you pop back to the app. So the issue is the clear text is only your specific problem as the app developer. Is I don't want to risk this client secret being in the app at all. The only way to secure that won't happen is to have it happen someplace else, like a server. So that's the thing. I'm almost caught up to the problem. So anyways, let me check. Let's do some searching here in .NET. But I'm okay with building a small client server client that runs on the Mac. User access token or app access token. This would be it would be app access, or it was okay. Specifically, user access token. So I believe it would be a user access token. Because we can't use the client credentials. The user one, yeah, because we can't use the client credentials. Because again, the client credentials requires that I'm pretty sure it needs the user access token. Let's double check chat. Yeah, it's user access. Because we want the user to grant access. OIDC. What is OIDC? We still have to do the client secret. Okay, I'm gonna keep going down that route that I was what we were talking about. I'm wondering. I'm gonna do very little work on this. UPnP queries take some time. All right, so then let's just do here. We're gonna do the simplest possible thing we can do, which is function ready, and then we're gonna do print searching for gateways. And then print results. Okay. So that's pretty much the shortest possible thing to see if we can even look at my network's stupid router. Result 0. So 0 means that there were no errors, right? So now let's see if we can find out. This way, get gateway and is valid gateway. So get gateway. And is valid gateway. So UPnP device is valid gateway. Returns true if this is a valid internet gateway device, which potentially supports port forwarding. Okay, so then we say, it's so funny. I'm going to build a tiny little server in Godot. This feels like the submarine thing, where I'm just like, I'm gonna do it from scratch. It'll be safe. Print valid gateway found. Authorization code grant flow. Yes, that's the one. All right. Okay, so we didn't get a valid, debugger says error. Could not find any UPnP devices. Crap. It doesn't find any. No valid gateway found. All right. I'll have to build my own little I mean, I'm pretty damn familiar with DaVinci, thank you for the redeem. That's exactly what I need right now. That's exactly what I need. All right. And Pooh does the clean your room. You guys. You guys. All right, let me do the clean the room first. We'll do the clean the room first because I don't want to do that after playing Pac-Man. I want to do that before.
So we got the shotgun mic on. You guys can hear me okay with that? You think Pac should be first? No way. I gotta do some cleaning first. Sorry about my hair. It's not intentional. Well, actually it is. It's wholly intentional, but I'm not gonna keep it this way. So don't judge. I'm calling it an Audible. Audible.com. I guess I should zoom out so you guys can see the mess. Chores then games. Hell yeah. Who's got it backwards? What a European answer. No, the chores are the best part. Save it for last. This is my old Dell. It's actually still better than a lot of modern laptops. It's a 600M Inspiron 600M. The resolution is still to this day higher than a lot of what you can get on laptops unless you spend a bunch of money. It runs great. It's a great computer actually. Let's see. I guess we can put this here. No, we don't want to crush it. So it should be on top of something. Ah, see, we're starting to make a mess. We're making a mess to clean. That's not good. Don't do that. But actually, I did quite a lot of cleaning in here because we had the building inspector come to reassess the value of our home. Or not our home, this building, which they claimed is worth twice as much as our house, which is insane. So, anywho, this is my old Logitech steering wheel. It's force feedback. If you've never played a racing sim without force feedback, you're missing out. Because when you can feel the road and you can feel the tires slipping, it totally changes that stuff, and I feel like you can go faster and race better with that, having that stuff going. And, oh, here we go. Here's my Metal Gear Solid wig. This is my Snake wig that I used to wear, or I wore when I did the Metal Gear Solid stream. There we go. Hell yeah. There's a passport, just on the ground, as you do. And a tiny little, this is my mic, is it Mike Brady? This is my Mike Brady amp. Or the one that, what's the oldest son? What does he have? It's so tiny. But it's actually still pretty good. It's so tiny. Clouds never laughed away. Something like that. Raindrops never. Something. Do 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 do. Till I met you. What's that? Are you saying? Are you saying you made this mess to get? No, 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 no. It was partially like I was like, come and look. We use this place like a garage. It's our garage. But it was also no. That had nothing to do with it. But and the thing I told him is I was like, you know, there's an arcade in here. There's all this stuff. But I would do this in my garage if this was my garage. This is how I would be using it. But regardless. The main thing I wanted to show him is like, it looks nice on the outside, but let's take a closer look on the outside. It's actually falling apart. And you come in here and the concrete foundation is like not good. And he walked in here and he was immediately like, oh, I can feel it in my feet. And I was like, yeah. Like this is not, it's not a house, it's not this like, there's no hot water, we can't rent this place out. If you call this place a studio, we can't rent it as a studio, so hopefully that, you know. But they did lower the price. It did, having him come and everything convinced them. All right, so now we're doing Miss Pac-Man. I'm having this conversation with this ridiculous wig on, and my daughter left her games. These can go. Okay, so this is over here. And we could probably give that to the dog, although he'd probably tear it up in like 5 seconds. All right, let's get the camera set up. And if I can find the, God, I feel like I'm sorry I don't mean this like, but I look like an SS officer with this hair like this. I look like I'm going to ask you for your papers and like, oh, what are we doing out? Oh, you're a shoemaker. I made a phone app that facilitates interspecies hookups called Porcupine Love. Should I charge $10 a month for a membership or $20 a month? Just kidding. That is an okay idea for setting up doggy playdates, just not interspecies or hookups. I don't think it's a bad idea either, really. I think that kind of thing is better and healthier for neighborhoods than the whole like neighborhood watch apps that make people super paranoid. Okay, let's play around. We good on sound? Yeah. Almost a perfect board. Oh, come on. No, 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 no. No! Dang it. 3,200 points. Down the drain. Oh boy. Whew. Oh, come on. I was fiddling around with the joystick too much. That was a really stupid death. I'm trying to get this my joystick's like unscrewing itself. Pardon the language. So I'm trying to tighten it while I'm playing, cuz I like to lean into it. All right, Pooh, have a good night. Damn, I'm being stupid right now. All right, we can get our head back in the game here. Dang it! I'm being so dumb lately. It doesn't help that I'm hungry. I want to give Da Vinci a good game and I'm being an idiot. I don't know. There's a slight audio delay. Okay, good to know. That's weird. There shouldn't be. Shoot. All right. Right, screen wrap is useful. All right, now I gotta stay calm because this is where I can get some points. No! Ah! I could have gotten it. Oh well, if I'd done a little bit better sooner, we would have been in a better spot. But it's nice that I know I can get above the 40K. And never seen this board, but then I only saw Pac-Man stream one other time. Yeah, there's one other board after this. But I'm getting better. I mean, it's, you know, I'm dying early right now, really silly like. But if I can just be a little bit more, my hair, I look so nuts. If I can be a little bit more cautious in the early game, I tend to actually do better in the later portions. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and raid Shadow Legends out of here. Raid Shadow Legends. Oh wait, hang on. We got the. I gotta turn the mic up.
Wrong mic. All right, now we're on the right mic. Okay, we're gonna raid Els. As we do, it is tradition on Thursday nights to raid Els Dragoon. And so that's what we're gonna do.
For the first time, I understand real fear.
So hopefully you guys will check Els out. Els is making a NES game with a friend, and it's crazy cool. Dev, have a good night. Yeah, much love to y'all out there, and I will see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, right? Yep. Bye.
Like current gen like consoles and